Hey everyone, welcome to the daily political tarot readings here on the Black and Orange channel. Thank you so much for being here. I am here 365 days of the year, even when my hair is wet. And I'm here 365 days of the year to take your political questions out of the chat. That is Bailey Boo Boo Zen Kitty, just being a cutie back there, just laying, curling up on his bed. He would like to be covered by the blanket, by the throw. That would be great. And I'll do that in just a second, because we are here to see if Kevin McCarthy is 7 times unlucky or 7 times it's come up for, he gets what he deserves. Anyway. All right, let's see. Let me share C-SPAN here. Share screen. Chrome tab, house session. Here we go. And
in decision, we do not expose ourselves to the incursion of our adversary. Watch over the seeming discontinuity of our governance and the perceived vulnerability of our national security. Build your hedge of protection against those who would take advantage of our discord for their own gain. And bless this country, that in the messiness that is democracy, we would discover and defend the reward of freedom it affords us. Then raise up among us a leader who has the faith to live into your will, the hope to inspire and engender the trust of this body, and the love to serve you wisely in such a time as this. In you do we trust, and in your name we pray. Amen.
I have to say, now that I am
the chair has examined the journal of the last
recovering
day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof.
Pretty.
Representatives-elect are invited to join in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, hang on. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Absolutely. Hello, hello.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York wish to be recognized?
Madam Clerk, I make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
The gentlelady makes a point of order that a quorum is not present. The chair will count for a quorum.
Are they stalling for time? Place looks pretty full. Okay, you do you, boo boo. All right. Speaking of boo boo, are you doing okay back there? Are you doing okay back there, little sweetness, little fuzzy sweetness? Okay, hello everybody. All right, let me make this a little bit quieter over here, because we don't need to hear in the back. All right, okay. Hi everybody. Well, here we are again. I find it more and more, I find it interesting, the farther I get away from my years as being a Catholic, I just, the editorializing in prayers. The more it's like, whoo, boy, for someone who's not technically supposed to be political, oh, the shade. Oh, the shade. Anyway, hello, everybody. Yeah, Glenna says, good morning from Western Canada. I can't look away. I know, right? Hello, Lucky Girl. Hello, everybody. Hello, Trillium Tarot. I heard you did some live readings. I have not had a chance to go look at them yet, but that is excellent. All right, let me make myself a little bigger. Hi, everybody. I can't see the kitty. Oh, you kitty. All right. So let me have a look at the okay. Actually, before I get into all that, what I should say is we have some of the same questions that come up for people, especially those outside of the U.S. So basically, what's going on in this ridiculous situation is the the U.S. House of Representatives gathers together at the beginning of every legislative session, not every session, but every 2 years, and they choose a speaker. Actually, they might be every legislative session, now that I think about it. I'll have to look that up. Huh. Anyway, but they need a new speaker. And especially because the Republicans got 9 more seats than Democrats during the midterm elections. Yes. So what's happening is they all meet in the House of Representatives, and nobody can be sworn in to do housework until there is a speaker, until they've chosen a speaker. Anybody can be speaker. It doesn't have to be somebody from the party, the majority party. The founding fathers, a lot of them didn't even like the ideas of political parties because they just saw it would create a lot of infighting, which it has, but that's human nature, to kind of pick a side. So anybody can become speaker. Oh, there's George Santos, if that's really his name, all by his lonesome. And by the way, he tried. We'll get to this, but he sent out invitations, fundraising, to make money off. You can come to, if you pay him, you can come be there for his swearing-in ceremony. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Anybody can be speaker. Back to that. It could be Donald Trump. It could be Brad Pitt. I mean, it could be anybody. And, Keanu Reeves could matrix his way in there as long as he's a real person. Oh, here we go.
The chair counts 311 members present. A quorum is present.
311. What happened to the 420 some?
The question recurs on the election of a speaker. The tellers will please come forward to their seats.
300 and ooh. Uh-huh. All right. Man, oh day. Okay. Teresa Ford's asking, was the red flu manifesting? There we go. All right. So anybody can become speaker. They just have to get the majority of voters present. And by the way, I love her. She's awesome. And I love what she's wearing too, just as an aside. Oh, thank you for being here, Susan. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
Before proceeding further, the chair would like to clarify that as part of the clerk's role during the organization of the House, the clerk has the responsibility to preserve order and decorum in the chamber prior to the election of a speaker. To that end, the chair would like to remind members-elect of the following. Members-elect should address any remarks through the chair and not to other members-elect in the second person. Members-elect should refrain from engaging in personalities toward other members-elect. The chair appreciates the cooperation of members-elect in respecting and upholding order and decorum in the House. Thank you.
And when she hits the gavel, everybody needs to sit their rear ends down and hush. Oh, there's the moron now. 6-time loser, Kevin McCarthy. We're going for a 7th, but he did give
For what reason does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
He did give concessions to the far right this morning.
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to smile. I'm so happy. Mm-hmm.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There's been a lot of talk about history over the last few days. And 1856 was the last time it took longer than the votes we're having right now to find a Speaker of the House.
Actually, no.
133 over 2
Anyway.
months. Without question, the issues divide us today are much less severe than they were in 1856. In fact, there's far more that unite us than divide us, regardless of our political party or
Yeah,
our
but none of them are
ideology.
Kevin McCarthy.
The issues today are over a few rules and personalities, while the issues at that time were about slavery and whether the value of a man who looks like me was 60% or 100% of a human being. It was a long, drawn-out, painful process, but it needed to happen. And in the end, Nathaniel Banks won by the slimmest of margins. But you know, margins don't matter when your policies are on the right side of history. On that day, long ago, the good guys won. On that day, long ago, the abolitionists won. On that day, the people who believe in freedom and self-determination won. The leading Republican nominee won then, and the leading Republican nominee will win again today.
You hope. I do wish his founding fathers could see great men like this.
Families like mine. My family's gone from slave to the floor of United States House of Representatives, being the first member of his freshman class to speak in a series of 5 generations. My family has gone from slave to right here since 1856. My father and mother born in the 1940s and 1950s in the Jim Crow South, and my dad lived directly across the street from a school he couldn't go to because he was black. He started a business with 1 truck, 1 trailer, no excuses, with the help of his wife, and now his son stands here on the precipice of taking back the majority for the American people and taking this nation in the right direction.
You had me right until that last line. But good for you. Good for your family. As it should be. Everybody equal.
I'm a freshman. I've only been here for a couple of days, but I've heard a lot of DC politicians tell me about how broken DC is. I don't need DC politicians to tell me how broken DC is. The American people have already told us how broken DC is by giving Republicans the majority so we can fix this mess.
Oh, I'd be careful about that mandate if I were you. Because you don't actually have one.
We will counter the socialist movement of envy and confiscation with a conservative movement of access and opportunity. We will stand on the right side of history again. We will end the growth of government, and we will stop 87,000 new IRS agents from picking through your pocketbooks. We will secure our energy independence.
All right, you lost
We
me.
will ban the sale of petroleum from our strategic reserves to China. We'll establish a bipartisan select committee specifically to keep our eye on the ball in China. We'll address the crisis at the border that's killing Americans by the day and improve both our safety and our nation and our dignity for those who come here in search of a better life.
Why would you support them?
We're still stuck at the starting block. The American people have told us by putting a Republican majority here that they want Republicans to lead, and they want a government that works and doesn't embarrass them. And we are failing on both missions. That
Yes, you are.
must change today.
Yes,
It will change.
you are embarrassing. You are embarrassing. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Benjamin Franklin said, we must hang together or must assuredly hang separate. We're stuck in a malaise, at an impasse, and we will stay here.
It's called.
We will not be able to fight the real conservative fights until we find a way to come together and fight that mission together. Yesterday, we experienced very briefly our first win. It's a small victory, It's a small victory.
All right, Gaetz. Oh, Gaetz is sitting next to Marjorie Trader Green. Maybe he has had a change of
It
his
was a
heart
small
that's
victory.
3 sizes too small.
But didn't it feel good? We've been working hard for that victory, and there's much more to come. As a cadet at West Point, I learned the phrase, and it's always been my motto throughout life: mission first, people always. And right now, the people are left out. Right now, they don't have a Congress to speak for them at the highest level of government. Right now, every individual in this room can concede that the rounds that we've taken is not what we told our constituents we do. We told them that we would fight the opioid crisis.
I don't know, Diane. How can he
For
be so blind?
perspective,
I don't know.
There's a hallowed monument that my father took me to. My father's a Vietnam veteran. This monument is a total length of 500 feet, nearly 2 football fields. It's 10 feet high, and the letters are only a ½ inch. 58,000 names. 58,000 names for a war that lasted years. According to the CDC, in 2021, we lost almost twice as many people as we lost in Vietnam to overdoses. We've lost 600 Americans to overdoses since Tuesday, y'all. We're talking about the debt rising. You can't count how many dollars we spent of our great-grandchildren's money since Tuesday. The work we promised the American people we would do, we're welching on that promise. But I have hope. I have hope that we'll be able to come together, unify, and put the right person in leadership. From many one.
Bless Karen Conroy.
I'm standing here today because I'm the 7th to stand up in support of Kevin McCarthy for Speaker.
Because you need to
He's
be the
earned my
7th.
trust. The first time we met was in his office under the watchful gaze of
Boy, he talks a lot.
a Frederick Douglass painting. And he told me in that office on the eve of the 2019 State of the Union address that there's nothing that could be said or done during that address that embarrassed him more than the fact that when the Democrat side stood up, they would look more like the United States of America than we did. And he set out not to compromise our values, not to compromise our ideology, but to work harder to make sure that more people with diverse perspectives and different lived experiences could be here. In the very next election, he won 14 seats up from 199. And all the seats he won were with minorities, women, and veterans. The very next cycle, this next cycle, he won, and me and my good buddy and classmate Wes Hunt helped double the number of Black Republicans in the Republican Congress.
Are you doing okay?
Look, y'all, we have a long way to go, but we've come so far. We've come so far, and we can't quit. We can't quit. You don't fire a guy who's winning. And when you look at the governor's mansions and the legislatures we've lost across the country just this past cycle, and when you look at the gains that Kevin McCarthy has made uphill, getting the gavel as a minority leader in half the time, you know, the mainstream media likes to laud the leadership of Nancy Pelosi. Kevin McCarthy won the gavel back as minority leader in half the time uphill. We want to talk about people who can win. Well, I'm a Lions fan, and I'm yeah, that's right. Look, I'm well acquainted with snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Y'all, we need to learn how to win. We need to learn how to take a victory. And by Kevin McCarthy's leadership, he's given us victories on rules. He's given us victories on keeping costs down. He's given us victories with winning a majority back. I'm so proud to be a part of majority-making class, and he's earned my trust. And hopefully he'll earn your trust. And he's got 90% of us in the conference. When is the last time any of us had 90% approval ratings? Kevin McCarthy, you're going to see up there.
Okay, I'm just waiting to see.
Over 90% approval ratings. If you really want to start making history, let's do it the right way.
Stands up, or somebody stands up to nominate somebody else.
To help this country get back on the right track. But the first thing we need to do is elect Leader McCarthy as Speaker of the House. I'm ready to make history, and I know you are. I'm excited to work with each and every single one of you because we have a job to do. So at the direction of the Republican conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
All right, it's on to you on the right there.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries of New York for Speaker of this House.
Okay, the Gaetz crowd haven't stood up yet. So we're still waiting to see if they've given up.
The gentleman is
Madam Clerk.
recognized.
Madam Clerk, I speak on behalf of the Democratic Caucus when I say that there is no victory in adjourning without doing the business of the people.
Gaetz was sitting next to Marjorie Taylor Greene, so she must be happier because she is all in for McCarthy.
Madam Clerk, House Democrats are united
Who knows? This might be
behind the
it.
champion of expanding and protecting the right to vote. Since the beginning of 2021, 21 state legislatures have passed 42 restrictive voting laws. Hakeem has stood up against voter suppression and the new Jim Crow era every step of the way. As we begin a new Congress, we need a leader who believes in strengthening democracy, who understands that to cast a vote is a sacred responsibility that should be afforded to the many, not the privilege for the select few. Hakeem understands that in order for us to become a more perfect union, we can't deny the voices of individuals in a democratic process. Madam Clerk, today we affirm our support of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and nominate Madam Clerk, and that's why I am directed by the Democratic Caucus to advance the name of Hakeem Jeffries from New York as Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to place in nomination the name of Byron Donalds of Florida.
Ooh, get out your
The gentleman
popcorn.
is recognized.
I want to begin by saying how much I have anticipated the gentleman from Michigan's arrival in this House, not in the Senate, not in the old staid, unchanging Senate, but in the House where we make change. Yesterday, we could have elected the first Black Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
And the Democrats are all saying yes. Yes. Hakeem, 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 Hakeem.
Hear me clearly. Hear me clearly. Had the cascade of votes begun, it would have extended to every member of this body. It could begin today. Last night, I sat within feet of Mr. Donalds as the tweet of another member-elect appeared on the screen. That member-elect wrote and sent out to America that Byron Donalds is a prop. I've spent a good bit of time with Mr. Donalds, especially lately. He ain't no prop. And if he were a prop, he wouldn't be sitting where he's sitting. This is the tired, old, grotesquely racist rhetoric that we've seen far too long.
Okay, I agree with him totally on that. Mm-hmm.
Today, a member-elect quote tweeted a Fox News story that incorrectly reported that I said that if I don't prevail on the question before the House, I will resign. That member-elect quote tweeted that incorrect story for his own political purposes after the story had been corrected and the actual statement contradicting that report had been provided. This is the old trafficking in lies from Washington that the American people know far too well. And by the way, I'm not leaving. Kevin McCarthy released to the public on New Year's Eve a document entitled Restoring the People's House and Ending Business as Usual. To his great credit, Mr. McCarthy made a statement of huge significance to the country. The nominal leader of a major party acknowledged publicly that this institution is broken, and he committed to make change to fix it. So let me help my colleagues in the minority understand. We are doing the people's business. That's what these 3 days have been about. 3 days.
Uh-huh.
We are committed to make change to this institution that has lost its way. It is epitomized in the $1.7 trillion omnibus rammed through this institution just 2 weeks ago. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I came to fix this broken system. America has seen that problem for a very long time, too. The commitment to change it is new. The genesis
Can I get
of
an
the
amen?
prospect of changing it emerges from this moment and those since June that led at long last to the New Year's Eve statement of Mr. McCarthy and to these 3 days on the floor. America needs men and women of courage to do something new in Congress so that Congress can serve the American people.
And if you donate to me today, I will pray for your mortal soul.
The Lord said, "Behold, I do a new thing." We need more Byron Donaldses. I know Byron.
I promise you Jesus' quote
He's a man of personal conviction.
was not about electing
He arrived at his conviction
these
through
cruel
authentic
people.
and genuine life experience. People ask me, what is the end game? How does this end? The answer to this question is that this is a dynamic process. All of the decisions on this floor result from the coming together of minds, one way or another. This is the people's business. We will resolve the people's business. And when we do, we will go to the mat for the American people.
We will take our Bibles and we will throw it at the other party and stone them with Bibles like it is done in the good book.
Because we will be led by people of conviction, like the gentleman from Florida,
and not the mealy man.
Byron Donalds.
We led
I yield
by
back.
a man with conviction and not Kevin McCarthy.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Can I get an oh, please? Okay, and we're listening for Buck.
Jeffries. Adderholt.
This morning,
McCarthy.
Kornacki was saying
Aguilar.
he's listening to see about Buck,
Alford.
who's been waiting to vote
McCarthy.
until
Allen.
after.
McCarthy.
And if Buck votes and has broken away from McCarthy,
Jeffries. Amadei.
Kornacki says McCarthy's probably done.
McCarthy. Armstrong.
So when he gets to Buck, let's see
McCarthy.
how that goes.
Arrington. McCarthy. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. McCarthy.
Babin,
Bacon. McCarthy.
Bacon,
Baird. McCarthy. Balderson.
and
McCarthy.
we're waiting for Buck.
Allen. Jeffries. Banks. McCarthy. Barr. McCarthy. Barragan. Barragan. Bean of Florida. McCarthy. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. McCarthy. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. McCarthy. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. McCarthy. Biggs. Donalds.
One for Donalds.
Belarus. McCarthy. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Donalds. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Donalds. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Donalds. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck. McCarthy. Buchan.
Oh, all right. So Buck is staying with
McCarthy.
McCarthy, and he's voting right up front.
Basinski.
Okay.
Jeffries. Burchett. Burchett.
They're doing their thing. The reason Stephen Wilson said he was waiting to see, because Buck apparently has
McCarthy.
been talking about maybe
Burleson.
peeling off from McCarthy.
McCarthy.
So Kornacki was saying that that would be significant, because apparently Buck has been
Bush.
not, because at the end, if there are any
Jeffries.
members who haven't voted, they say,
Albert.
is there anybody who else would like to vote?
McCarthy.
And he's come in and said
Kevvie.
McCarthy. So, but he might be the one who said that if McCarthy didn't win yesterday, he'd switch to somebody else. But
Carvajal.
he voted straight up, and he voted for McCarthy. So
Carbajal.
we have to wait and see.
Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries.
What did he say?
Carey.
Couldn't hear it.
McCarthy.
All right.
Carl.
MTG flipped.
McCarthy.
Pretty in
Carson.
blue. You mean
Jeffries.
McCarthy's
Carter
promised
of
Marjorie
Georgia.
Trader Green all kinds of stuff. So she's voting
McCarthy.
McCarthy. I'd be
Carter
surprised.
of Louisiana.
Guess we'll have to see.
Jeffries.
So Gaetz
Carter of Texas.
Gaetz and Marjorie Trader Green, I guess.
Carter of Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar.
I'm sorry, Deborah.
Jeffries.
I can turn it back up.
Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez DeReamer. McCarthy. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Cicilline. Jeffries. Ciscobani. McCarthy. Clark, Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. McCarthy. Cloud. Donalds. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Donalds.
It's 6.
Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy.
Green. When I saw Green, she was sitting next to
Comer.
Gaetz.
McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Donalds. Crawford. McCarthy. Crenshaw. Crenshaw. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow.
All right, let's just
Jeffries.
tap into the energy here, see what we
Cuellar.
get. 40 minutes in.
Jeffries. Curtis.
All right, we'll tap into the House energy, see what we've got. Oh, what's wrong?
Curtis. McCarthy. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries.
Representative McCarthy does not have the
Davidson.
votes. Eighth speaker vote
McCarthy.
expected.
Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries.
All right, hang on a second.
Gaetz. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. McCarthy. DeLauro.
Okay. So while they are doing whatever they're doing, I pulled cards on just trying to tap into the energy in the House right now, and it's all Republicans. The whole group of Republicans. It's all on them, and I pulled cards, and really, it's all on them.
McCarthy.
This is their seventh vote for speakership, and
McCarthy.
they can't get it done.
Dingle.
They haven't gotten it done.
Jeffries.
They want to go forward on their heinous.
Jeffries.
I mean, once they get in, you realize they're going to impeach Biden, create stupid committees about Hunter Biden's laptop, which doesn't exist, is a complete Russian disinformation plant. And this is America watching.
Duncan.
This is going to continue to be a mess. And on the right, they're going to do their little dance, trying to work something out.
Edwards.
Meanwhile, we're sitting out here saying, really, you want to lead, huh? This is how you lead? Also,
McCarthy.
how good does this make Nancy Pelosi look? She never went through this.
Emmer.
She had everybody lined up. Thank you very much.
Jeffries.
This is all on the Republicans, and America sees this is
Jeffries.
all on the Republicans.
Escayat.
And there are people watching this during the day, not just us.
Estes. McCarthy.
Not just us.
Evans. Jeffries.
True, Karen Conroy. After you lose so many times, you need to step down.
Fallon. McCarthy. Finstra. McCarthy. Ferguson. McCarthy.
Atha is asking, does Kevvie really think he can buy his way out of this? Grow a spine and say no deal, Republicans.
Fishbach.
Well, that's kind of where he is.
Fitzgerald.
Yes, Joyce, and Pelosi had a slim margin too.
Fitzpatrick.
Oh, Fran would like to see the nails, likes the color. Oh, sure, absolutely. Isn't it great? I love this color. So,
Fleischman. McCarthy. Fletcher.
and he failed again.
Jeffries.
All right, let me do some readings.
Flood.
At 40,
Foster.
44,
Jeffries.
30.
Fushi. Jeffries.
Although I am going to pause when we get to
Fox.
Gaetz.
McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy is reportedly now giving concessions. How far is he going? How far is he willing to
Scott Franklin.
give concede? How many
McCarthy.
concessions is he willing to give?
Frost. Jeffries. Fry.
Dr. K's asking if there are only 200 or 321 there.
Fletcher.
Is the win threshold lowered? It should be, but at 321.
Trump.
Trump? Gaetz just voted for Donald John Trump.
McCarthy. Gallego. Jeffries. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino.
And he seems to
McCarthy.
think that's funny.
Mike Garcia. McCarthy. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia, Illinois. Jeffries.
Trillium Terror's asking, will Marjorie Trader Greene do the same?
Jeffries. Jimenez. McCarthy. Golden of Maine.
Yeah, but Taylor Greene is all the way down to the T's. We'll get there.
Goldman of New York.
Okay.
Jeffries.
That kind of threw me. 46. What kind of concessions is Kevvie
Gomez.
willing to give?
Tolly Gonzalez. McCarthy. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Good of Virginia. Donalds. Gooden of Texas. McCarthy.
Kevin.
Donalds.
The far right is eating your lunch.
Gottheimer.
And they've stolen your lunch money for tomorrow, too.
Jeffries. Granger.
Kathy PR, ploy to get Trump in? Could be.
Graves of Louisiana. McCarthy. Graves of Missouri. McCarthy. Green of Tennessee.
Huh.
McCarthy.
Those who have swilled the
Green of
covfefe,
Texas.
not in the sense that they're all for Trump, but the far right, forever.
Jeffries.
Bless.
Green of Georgia. McCarthy.
Ah, okay.
Griffith.
That's normal.
McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries.
So this group on the far right, they're still active.
McCarthy.
Democrats are sticking together.
Guest. McCarthy.
They still have more concessions they want, and
McCarthy.
this actually feels like Kevvie, even though he's nervous, just thinking he can just hold out, that they'll give in eventually. Not seeing that his own credibility, his own power is being chipped away with every vote he loses. Do not give McCarthy credit for any kind of political smarts, because no. Isn't he the one who said out loud that the only reason they were doing Benghazi was to politically hurt Hillary Clinton, and that's why he lost the speakership before? Isn't that what happened?
McCarthy. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. McCarthy.
I wonder how Trump's going to react
Hines. Jeffries.
to
Henson.
having his name up there.
McCarthy. Forster. Jeffries. Houchin. McCarthy.
Okay.
Houlihan. Jeffries.
Tickets to the clown show
Boyer.
at
Jeffries.
49
Boyle
minutes
of
in.
Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson.
Tickets to the clown show. George Santos is literally
McCarthy.
and technically illegally trying to charge people admission to get to see his swearing in.
Huizenga. McCarthy.
Oh, Joyce Matthews says Kevin dropped out last time because he was caught having an affair. Of course he did. Of course he did. Because that's exactly what kind of person he is.
Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Johnson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson.
George Santos. Someone come arrest this jerk already?
Jackson Lee.
Marjorie voted for McCarthy.
Jacobs. Jeffries.
He's a clear and present con man.
James. McCarthy. Jayapal. Jeffries. Jeffries.
Joyce says other Republicans are fundraising too.
Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries.
The Democrats are fine.
Louisiana.
And the longer this goes on, the less damage Republicans
Johnson
can
of
do.
Ohio. McCarthy.
Right up until we have to deal with the debt ceiling.
Dakota. McCarthy.
Seriously, what?
Jordan. McCarthy.
Once Republicans are in power, they're just going to do everything they can to destroy and damage and what have you. So Democrats aren't in a hurry. King of Cups, Ace of Wands.
Jeffries. Captor.
It's the same.
Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey.
And McCarthy, I'm not getting anything on George Santos. He's just there.
Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois.
McCarthy needs his vote.
Jeffries.
Bet he can't draw more cards.
McCarthy.
Thank you, Blue Eyes.
Kelly of Pennsylvania. McCarthy. Hanna.
Yes, Gaetz' vote for Donald J. for Genius
Higgins
Trump
of
is
Virginia.
under others.
McCarthy. Kildee. Jeffries.
Ricky says, thank God for Biden's veto pen.
McCarthy.
Well, Democrats still control the Senate, thank heavens. So,
Jeffries.
George Santos,
Kim,
George
California.
Santos.
McCarthy.
Even the Republicans there, they're just waiting to stab him in the back.
Krishnamurthy. Jeffries.
Get him out of here, up the river.
Custer. Jeffries.
Sword of Truth.
Kustoff.
There he is, supposedly working, grifting, judgments coming for him. Yeah, they literally just want to use Santos for this vote. And then, bye.
LaLorda. McCarthy.
Joyce Matthews says, Kevin probably promised Marjorie Trader that she could impeach Biden every day. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
McCarthy. Lamborn. McCarthy.
Well, there was talk this morning that Kevin may have given the concession
Langworthy.
that any member could call for a no confidence vote in the speaker.
Larson of Washington.
He does that. What's to stop a Democrat from doing that
Jeffries.
and calling for new speakers all the time? All the time.
The Turner. McCarthy.
Ricky thinks the vote will go to 13.
McCarthy.
There's nothing honorable about Kevin McCarthy.
Lee of California. Jeffries.
Oh,
Of
yeah.
Florida.
Am I still buffering? I seem to be. I'm not getting a low internet warning.
Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Well, we're halfway through. Donald says 10.
Lesko. McCarthy.
Joyce, yes. So they're going to vote him in and could vote him out the next day. Technically, if that's what Kevin gives in to.
Lou.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you.
Lofgren.
All right. So
Jeffries.
Steve Scalise,
Loudermilk.
who's been tossed around as a possible McCarthy replacement, previously spoke to a summit of white supremacists and neo-Nazis. Of course he did.
Luke Meyer.
Scalise described himself as David Duke without the baggage. I'm going to hurl. If elected speaker, what could we expect from him?
Donalds.
Did he really? I
Latrobe.
voted against David Duke twice.
McCarthy.
I was in Louisiana in the early 90s. The first time I ever voted, I got to vote against David Duke because he is scum of the earth. Steve Scalise called himself David Duke without the baggage. Did he now?
McCarthy.
Let's read on Scalise, shall we?
Jeffries. Maliotakis.
It was like at 54:30.
Man.
Man, that's how I'm feeling. Man.
Jeffries.
Jeez. Steve Scalise, scum bag.
Massey.
Yes, Ricky. David Duke without the baggage. Ugh, easy stomach. Exactly. Hurl. Yes, Tish L. Grim Bleeper, Grim Bleeper, Grim Bleeper. Yeah.
Jeffries.
Mel is saying Scalise is Nazi light. Ugh.
Jeffries. McCarthy.
Scalise. Yeah. That's very tepid, actually. It doesn't sound as loud as some of the others. Scalise.
McCall. McCarthy. McLean.
8 of Wands.
McCarthy.
9 of Cups. Queen of Swords.
McCarthy. McCullum.
No. I don't see him getting in. He's the whip, isn't he?
McGarvey.
He's McCarthy's whip, isn't that who he is? Or leader? Or I don't know what. Leader? I think he's leader.
Jeffries. McHenry.
He's more in that
McCarthy.
role. He's not
Meeks.
group player, not the leader.
Menendez.
And he does have some baggage.
Mean. Jeffries.
Yeah, he wouldn't have that much more luck than McCarthy's having now.
McCarthy. Mfume.
Blue Eye says may not have the baggage, but I bet his is a white hood in the attic.
Miller of Illinois.
Ugh. Pretty Blue's asking, is Gaetz trolling 45? Let's have a look at that.
Illinois. Donalds.
Let's say 57:30.
Miller of Ohio.
Why did Gaetz
Miller of West Virginia.
vote
McCarthy.
for Trump
Miller Meeks.
as
McCarthy.
speaker?
Mills.
Hello, Azalea.
Mills.
Melber saw sheets in the wash today. Jeez.
Molinaro. McCarthy. Molinar.
Rose Blue says, my dad said last night McCarthy only needs to be Speaker of the House one day and he gets paid that for life.
McCarthy. Moore of Utah.
Okay, make this 58. Why did Gaetz vote
Moore of
for
Wisconsin.
Donald J. for Genius Trump?
Jeffries. Moran. McCarthy. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Bolton. Jeffries. Mervan.
Gaetz.
Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. McCarthy.
Page 1. It was definitely a message.
Jeffries. Napolitano.
Ace of Pentacles.
Jeffries.
2 of Wands. King of Swords.
Jeffries.
10 of Swords.
Jeffries.
5 of...
Nels.
It's insult to injury.
McCarthy. Newhouse.
Trump gets behind the people he thinks are going to win.
Jeffries.
So then he can say he has this great track record.
Cross. Jeffries.
He apparently did call Boebert and Gaetz and all of them.
Donalds.
But now it comes down to the vote. Not only does McCarthy is not going to get it, but this insult to injury is Gaetz voted for Trump
Pelosi.
and could afford to vote for Trump, and he knew that McCarthy still wouldn't make it.
Jeffries. Ogles. Donalds.
How is Trump going to take that? 1 hour in.
Owens. McCarthy. Pallone.
How is
Jeffries.
Trump
Palmer.
going to take
Panetta.
being
Jeffries.
not nominated, being
Jeffries.
voted for
Pasquale. Jeffries.
Speaker of the House.
Payne. Jeffries. Pelosi.
All right, Trump, where are you? What rock have you crawled underneath?
Peltola. Jeffries. Hence. McCarthy. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Peters.
Thank you, Angela.
Jeffries. Henson. Jeffries. Pfluger. McCarthy. Phillips.
Trumpy.
Jeffries. Pingree.
That was a vote. This is my card for voting.
Pocan. Jeffries.
Decision card.
Porter. Jeffries.
8 of
Cozy.
Swords.
McCarthy.
10 of Cups. Knight of Pentacles. Page of Wands. Page of Swords. I assumed that Trump would take his little ego, his little tiny little blown glass ego would love the attention. But actually, no. It points out that
Jeffries.
Trump
Quigley.
can't
Jeffries.
get there. It's if Trump tried, Trump would lose. They're not jumping behind Trump, trying to recruit him to be Speaker of the House or get him in. You know, he's so wanted everywhere. No, he's not there. But the Democrats are holding firm.
Reschenthaler. Rogers.
So-
Washington.
Trump's been a bully. He will continue to be a bully. This was a message.
Rogers of Alabama.
Trump will see it for the dig that it was.
Rogers of Kentucky.
L. Flower 1 stars. How many times do they get to do this? In 1856, they did this 133 times.
Donald.
In 1923, they did this 9 times before they got to the speakership. So we're almost there. Yes, Cheryl Clark. Please, Jack, hand over those indictments.
Roy.
Deseret says, I need a box of donuts.
Donald.
Donuts sound really good.
Ruiz.
Oh my gosh. Hello, Gigi.
Jeffries. Ruppersberger.
133, that's crazy, Elflower. Yes.
Rutherford.
Now Broussard says, we're going to need a lot more popcorn.
McCarthy.
Oh yeah, we're going to need like the end of Real Genius, that movie, they filled the house with popcorn. We're going to
Salazar.
blowing out the windows. That's what we're going to need.
McCarthy.
That's what we're going to need to do.
Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos.
Rose Blue says Krispy Kremes are the best. Oh, there you go.
Santos.
I'm vegan, so I have to get special donuts.
McCarthy.
Azalea says, I hear Jack Smith is in Washington now. Yes.
Jeffries.
And Susie Buckingham says, I hope this doesn't go to 133 times voting on Kevin. By then he needs to step down. He should already be saying, okay, you know what? But no, his ego. He's all about the ego.
Scanlon.
All about the ego.
Jeffries. Sukowski.
Whew. All right, let me see if I can make this a little brighter. Okay, that's ridiculous. Let's try it this way. Sorry, it's getting lighter and darker outside. So
Jeffries. Snyder.
Rita's asking, why can the new ones vote without being sworn in? Well, none of them have been sworn in.
Skolton.
None of them. All of them are elect right now.
Schreier.
Everything expired.
Jeffries.
In the House, you're 2 years and you're done. You have to go again.
Austin Scott.
They have to choose a speaker before people can be
Austin
sworn in.
Scott.
It's just the way the rules were written.
David Scott.
So,
Jeffries.
oh, thank you.
Scott of Virginia.
Thank you. And
Jeffries.
Cognitauser, thank you.
Donald.
Trillium Terra says, I keep getting this visual in my head of your hands flailing around your head as you wailed, fuego, fuego.
McCarthy.
Oh, gosh.
Sewell. Jeffries.
I'm getting
Sherman.
news McCarthy's concessions would weaken, according to
Cheryl.
Politico. Wait, come on. McCarthy's concessions would weaken the speakership and empower the Freedom Caucus. His opponents are offering nothing in return.
Slotkin. Jeffries.
Mm-hmm.
Smith of Missouri. McCarthy.
Well, now. I'm going to brush my hair.
Nebraska. McCarthy. Smith of
Thank-
New Jersey.
And then we'll do some more readings.
McCarthy. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker.
Oh, absolutely.
Sorensen.
What was it? Flower. Can a Democrat be speaker if McCarthy steps down? Anybody could become speaker if they have the votes. Absolutely anyone. In the House, outside of the House, anybody. And yes,
Sparks.
I agree, Dr. K. McCarthy did this to himself. Yeah.
Sparks. Stansberry. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. McCarthy. Steele. McCarthy. Stefanik. McCarthy.
Okay.
Style.
Sorry. Still drawing.
Stubbe.
Yes,
McCarthy.
Tuxedo Cat. 7th verse, same as the first. Mm-hmm.
Jeffries.
Tasha says, I could be speaker. Someone plug me.
Stewart.
Oh, absolutely. Yesterday, we all pretty much voted Boo Boo Zen Kitty as speaker. Although I think you have to be human.
Jeffries.
Silly.
Strong.
Silly, but yeah.
McCarthy. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney.
Well,
McCarthy.
Donald's had 20 yesterday. He's got 17 right now, and they're not done yet.
Jeffries. Thompson of California.
Lecter Storm says, if Kevin steps down, who has the votes to win over the MAGAs? Don't know.
Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries.
Boy, I was getting that this is going to be a mess. I couldn't have guessed this at all.
Tiffany.
So, all right, what else have we got
Timmons.
here? Boebert and Hannity verbally sparred last night.
Titus. Jeffries.
With Hannity telling Boebert
Jeffries.
she and her cohorts need to get over it already.
Jeffries.
How long is Bobblehead and Co? How long are Bobblehead and Co going to keep stirring trouble? I don't see them backing down, but okay. Let's have a look at 108.
Torres of New York. Jeffries.
108.
Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. McCarthy. Underwood.
Suvi says, am I getting this right? If every Republican voted for McCarthy, he would become speaker?
McCarthy.
Yeah, he could have a minimum of defections, like maybe I want to say 4 or 5, depends how many people were there. But he can't afford 17 or 18.
Van Dyne. McCarthy.
7-time loser.
Gordon.
I have one more card. You guys saw it on the cover. One more card for the McCarthy commemorative loser mugs.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Vasquez.
They're not going to vote. Even the people against McCarthy, they're not going to vote for Jeffries or do anything to help Jeffries. I've looked and looked.
Jeffries.
No.
Wagner.
All right, Boebert and Hannity
McCarthy.
at 109.
Wahlberg. McCarthy. Waltz.
Okay.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries.
Waters. Bobblehead
Jeffries.
and her cohorts.
Watson Coleman.
Are they going to stand strong? Well,
Weber
stupid.
of Texas.
Are they going to stand stupid? Which is
McCarthy.
great.
Webster of Florida. McCarthy. Winstrup. McCarthy.
Oh no, but voting present,
Westerman.
Betty, not voting. They also just vote present.
McCarthy. Wexton.
Yeah, but they really
Jeffries.
don't like Democrats. So
Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia.
oh, truly, Tara, thank you.
Jeffries.
Ace of
Williams
Cups.
of New York. McCarthy.
Democratic power. Democratic beginning of democratic power.
Wilson of Florida.
Okay, they have votes. There's the world.
Wilson of Florida.
There's 4.
Jeffries.
You know, I want to
Wilson of
say,
South
oh,
Carolina.
the on the Gaetz side, they'll wear down.
Whitman.
On the Boebert Gaetz side, at the far right, they'll
McCarthy.
wear down. But this
Womack.
just doesn't feel like it.
McCarthy. Yacom. McCarthy.
McCarthy has the
Sinky.
votes. The far right, they have the votes. But this isn't wands. This is pentacles. Pentacles are usually the Republicans, and I get wands for this far right. Oh, Annette, thank you. It's number 6. Thank you.
The reading clerk will now call the names of the members-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
It's just not an ending. This is not a beginning. This is a beginning for Democrat control. This is an ending. You just don't have the votes. It just feels like a stalemate.
Jeffries.
Just again and again and again and again. Stalemate, stalemate, stalemate. And it's what's frustrating is I'm not, the cards are not saying who's going to win.
Burchett.
They're just not.
McCarthy.
Kathy Rollins says, I wonder if some indictments of about 10 members of the House might end this impasse.
McCarthy.
Pretty much. Ricky says, for a new card, please come up with a card of Boo-Boos and Kitty with the speaker's gavel. Ooh. Don't threaten me with a good time.
Donalds.
Oh, yeah, Roxana, Kevin is still on a losing streak.
Emmer. McCarthy.
Oh boy.
Hageman. McCarthy.
McCarthy hasn't even hit 200? Oh, man. I was going to say Donald only got 18, but McCarthy hasn't even hit 200? That's 4 less than he was getting just the other day. He was getting 202. Oh, my gosh. Cheryl Clark says the speaker's face says it all. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. B. Smith, I need to step out to chat for a bit. Are we on ballot 8? No, we're finishing ballot 7.
Mills.
Joyce says after a while to stop airing this. Not on
McCarthy.
C-SPAN. This is kind of a C-SPAN kind of thing, and that's what we're watching. So.
Perry.
Scott Perry.
Perry.
Ooh. Perry's not voting.
Rushenthaler. McCarthy.
Perry didn't vote. Oh, wow. Rob D says, Autumn, your virtual wheel for picking prize winners is more effective than the GOP. Isn't it just? Yes, Mel Broussard. C-SPAN covers the House proceedings, such as they are.
McCarthy.
You know what? I think I need to sit down. Seriously. My feet are starting to hurt a little bit. Let me sit down. Oh my gosh. But I'm gonna.
Spards. Present.
Okay, so that's what she did the other day too. All right. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself because the mechanism's quite loud when I lower this. Okay. Hang on. 201. He's shorter one than he was yesterday. Oh, jeez.
If there are any representatives elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Annette. Seventh heaven. Having a blast and popcorn. I'm glad. I'm glad. All right. Oh, McCarthy flipping through his phone. Oh, all right. 7 it is.
Mr. Perry, you are not recorded. You are not recorded. Donalds.
Mm-hmm. So Donald's, the opposition has their 20 votes that they had, but McCarthy has lost 1. Yeah, Perry got in. He moves like a bird. Did you notice that? CC Ryder has a quote. Ari Fleischer saying, "They all look like idiots. I'm not sparing words." Oh, Eileen. Ooh, hang on. Let's turn this down for a minute. That's a question. At 1:16:30. 1:16:30 will, hang on, it jumped. Eileen was asking, will the final speaker vote on the anniversary of January 6th. Kathy Delisle saying Jack's going to take Perry out as well as a bunch more. Tick tock, tick tock. Yep. All right, 1:17:30. Make sure I've got the time right here. 17:30. So that's day after tomorrow. No, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow's the 6th. Tomorrow is the 2nd anniversary of the January 6th insurrection in the Capitol. Is that when the final vote's going to come?
Well, the results of the 7th vote for speaker remain basically the same. The 2 top numbers unofficially, 201 for Kevin McCarthy, 212 for Hakeem Jeffries. Those are in line with all 3 votes yesterday. Byron Donalds unofficially has 19 votes. 1 vote by Matt Gaetz for Donald Trump, and Victoria Spartz of Indiana again present. So really no change. These numbers are unofficial until the official tally comes in. Some more maneuvering going on. Reporter Max Cohen reports that Tom Emmer, who is the Republican whip, and Byron Donalds were back in Tom Emmer's office meeting. French Hill and Garrett Graves, 2 Republican supporters of Kevin McCarthy, just left the office. Chad Pergram, Fox News. Representative Scott Perry, who voted late and is the chair of the Freedom Caucus, said on Fox that there is no agreement. He accuses McCarthy team of betraying trust and leaking information from the negotiations.
Ooh.
And finally, there's a trending on Twitter of Trump for speaker. And reporter Jennifer Bendery
Oh,
says
it's trending, all
precisely
right.
the effect that Matt Gaetz would have hoped for his audience of
Not
one.
exactly positive.
We will wait for the official tally and a potential 8th vote for speaker today.
Oh, sorry. That's funny. It shouldn't be funny, but that's funny. I didn't mean to completely silence it, but oh my gosh. Oh, and I don't have any more popcorn up here. I'll have to go down to the basement to get some more. Okay. Anyway, Darla says I'm hoping for major arrests tomorrow. Let me change this to 1:20. We're talking about tomorrow is the second anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, attempted coup that failed. Please keep that in mind because tomorrow's going to be very emotional. And the cards are saying it's going to be very emotional. For Kevin McCarthy here, oh, look, it's Jim Jordan and me with no popcorn to throw. This is not looking good for him, for McCarthy. It's just, this is quiet as a tomb. Beneath that's the death card. All right, but we are talking about January 6th. This is picking the Speaker of the House, the person in charge. The far right is getting in the way. He wants to move forward, but they're blocking him. Democrats are all hanging together. There's going to be a lot of anger tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of anger tomorrow about why haven't there been arrests? Why haven't things drastically changed? Are they safer even? The Republicans, 3 days before the first vote here, so what, 5 days ago or something, they removed the metal detectors to get into the House, onto the floor. There's going to be a lot of anger tomorrow. Very emotional. And it's not looking good for McCarthy. I've got quiet as a tomb, the death card. Beneath that, I've got the hanged man, and I've got the victory of the far right. Even if they are kind of being beaten up. It's just, man. Chris Wicken says, what adult do you think the GOP will they pick? I don't know. Jean is saying, why doesn't Kevin step down? He's purely power hungry. Is he purely power hungry? Or is there something more nefarious going on? Why doesn't Kevin step down? His ego. As we went over the astrology yesterday, we looked at his transits right now, and it's ego. Big time ego. 122.30. Kevin McCarthy. Come on, work with me here, computer. So at 123, let's put 123. Why isn't McCarthy stepping down? Stephanie Martin, who has the power to remove the metal detectors? I think McCarthy was a part of it. Seriously. Jane says the PACs have threatened to cut money to the rebels. It was said on TV this morning. Betty says if I had that many votes, I wouldn't step down. And Betty says I heard McCarthy had them removed. I heard that too. And he is in the Speaker's house, the Speaker's office.
We are still waiting on the official result.
He moved in,
7 votes for Speaker.
and he's still there.
Now it looks like 201, 212, 19, and then 2 other votes. Representative Scott Perry, Republican, Pennsylvania, Chair, House Freedom Caucus, tweets, "A deal is not done," he tweets. "When confidences are betrayed and leaks are directed, it's even more difficult to trust. Totally unsatisfied, I will not yield to the status quo." And according to Jake Sherman at Punchbowl, some of the issues that they are negotiating or debating within the Republican conference include a 1-member motion to vacate. The GOP leader appears to have finally acquiesced to a demand to lower the threshold needed to force a vote ousting a speaker to just 1 member. It's essentially a no confidence vote. Number 2, Rules Committee seats for the Freedom Caucus. McCarthy is prepared to give the House Freedom Caucus 2 seats on the powerful House Rules Committee, which oversees the amendment process for the floor. A vote on term limits. This is a key demand of Representative Ralph Norman of South Carolina, who has proposed a constitutional amendment limiting lawmakers to 3 terms in the House. And finally, one of the other items being negotiated, major changes to the appropriations process, fears of another $1 trillion plus omnibus spending bill have been a major driver of the conservative backlash to McCarthy. Those are some of the issues within the Republican conference right now.
Wow. All right, 125:30. Why doesn't McCarthy step down? He's certainly there's certainly an onslaught from the far right. Because this is his dream, and he couldn't handle the disappointment. It's his moment to shine. It doesn't matter that he's weakening his own power, that this is just humiliating.
Eighth vote is to be determined at this point. Sarah Ferris of Politico just tweeted this out. Vote done, so what happens now? She just overheard a Republican member saying, quote, Kevin wants to adjourn now. Dems would likely block. Again, that's Sarah Ferris of Politico.
Oh boy. Mr. Ego himself. He believes he deserves it. Right there, Kevin McCarthy. He believes he deserves to be Speaker. Mr. Mediocre has delusions of grandeur. And this is damaging the Republicans. It's damaging him. And giving them a one person could call a vote of no confidence. That's just dumb. Kevin wants to adjourn. Yes, Trillium Tarot. Hippie Gypsy says 3 terms in the House. Wouldn't that put most of them out as civilians? I think so. Tiger says narcissists always feel entitled. Thing is I don't even get narcissist like a narcissistic disorder from him. I get he's just a jerk. He's just selfish. He is so mediocre. I mean, all of our souls are precious. But the choices he's made in life, he's just average. There's nothing special, visionary, inspiring, particularly intelligent, witty, a great speaker in this giving speech. He's just a jar of mayonnaise sitting on the seat. That's it. Yeah, Dr. K, why adjourn? Display your leadership abilities, Mr. Wannabe Speaker. Thank you. Yes, lead. Show your great leadership. Oh, that was a question that came up. I wanted to read on 128:30. I think we know that at 128:30, well, 129. What does Pelosi think about all this? I think we know, but let's see. Because remember, it's all of this negativity that came from the right, plus all the insurrection stuff that led to her own husband was attacked viciously, violently. And now she's sitting there, even the slim majority, she won on the first vote to be Speaker. Nancy Pelosi, bless you. You are a great Speaker of the House. Thank you. You opened a lot of doors for a lot of women. Yes, Mrs. Katura, I cannot respect any man, Kevin, that threatens to put their hands on a woman. Sorry, Kev, this is what you get. Oh, I'm with you. She sees a lot of stupid fighting. She thinks it's childish. Joanna says the only thing that could make this better is if the DOJ came onto the floor and started handing out subpoenas. You have been served. We knew you'd be here. She thinks they're children. She thinks they're acting like spoiled brats, all of them. Not just the far right, but McCarthy as well. She thinks his powers. She thinks he's dead in the water. And there she is, just waiting for the energy to turn, because right now they're just stuck. It feels very matriarchal, where they're acting like children, they're being stupid. Yeah. Michelle says, turns out Americans really aren't down with the brutal attacks on spouses of members. Yeah, wonder why. Holly France, how many votes does everyone think it will take for Speaker to be elected? There's got to be some kind of... I should set up a poll. Can I set up a poll? As we're waiting, let me see. Let me go to... Oh, I need it. I need the link for over here. Hang on, put that there. And come on, load. Okay, pause that, hide. Okay, I can see the chat starting to load. Hang on just a minute. Let's start a poll. Okay, how many votes? How many ballots will it take before there's a speaker? Oh, there are not two T's in ballots. How many ballots will it take before there's a speaker? Let's try, well, 8. I wonder how many they'll let me. 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, it only give me 4 options. So let's do 8, 9, 10, or more. There, okay. So there should be a poll in the chat. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Okay. And it says, all I can afford is 15. Plus, thank you. Eileen says the full moon will be tomorrow. Ooh. Ooh. Oh boy. This is crazy. So, what's happening? Hey guys, what's happening? You, hello. Ding, 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 ding. Hello. Do something. Peace Mrs. Mars goes direct on January 12th. Maybe then. Gosh. Well, they're gonna convene every day. So it means basically there's at least one vote, one ballot every day. Rose Blue, ask the cards, will the 1923 record be surpassed? Let me see. At 134.30. 134.30. Will the 1923 record of 9 ballots be surpassed? Have a look. Oof, devil card just sitting right there. Pink, oh Pink, hey there. Something I rarely say. Thank you, Mercury retrograde, for this wonderful show. That's true. And if anybody gets in a speaker here in the next between now and the 18th, their speakership is going to have Mercury retrograde. That's not good. Tiffany Lily, it's a little scary. Do you see any of our enemies taking advantage of this time? No, because there's nothing. The president hasn't. The president's power to protect the country has not been taken away, and he still has immense power under the rules after that came into being after September 11th, so 2001. So no. Hang on, that's getting a little dark. All right, it's a little bright now, but anyway, okay. So will the 1923 record of 9 ballots be surpassed? CC Ryder says, GOP, have you met Pluto? Electra Storm, is Mercury retrograde playing a role in why we don't have a speaker right now? Oh, yes. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's our history. That's American history. All right. High Priestess, Page of Cups. Seven of Pentacles. Higher Wisdom. Again, underestimating the Democrats. It's a 7 of Pentacles. He's lost 7. So what? Does he become speaker on the 8th?
Awaiting the official result of the 7th speaker vote to happen, and there's been talk about potential adjournment. But according to Aidan Quigley, roll call, who tweets out that an 8th vote for speaker is forthcoming, rather than a move to adjourn. Steve Scalise says, quote, "We'll be going another round."
I'm going to be here all day. Oh, man. I'll pull some more cards on will he lose again and what have you. Are we going to exceed 9? But I don't want to miss this.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212. The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201.
In other words, he lost. By every measure. Everywhere you look at it. Yeah, you're right, Glenna. I never get tired of hearing that. I agree.
The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 19.
Oh, this is going to hurt. Hang on.
The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1. With 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received the majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
What is the difference between what you just did and now? Definition of insanity. What? What?
I think at this point we've all heard about Kevin McCarthy in length. He is my friend, my colleague. I'm very proud to say that.
Then you need
I know
better
our remarks
friends.
are directed towards the clerk and the chair, but I don't mind saying I'm directing my marks to another part of our team. And make no mistake, we are a team. We are together. I would say this to some of my friends in Texas. I have the same fear, truly, that
Okay, I'm not listening to that because Lola Bell had something really interesting, and I would any day of the week I'd rather listen to Lola Bell because she's awesome. Where was that? I just saw it. Lola Bell, where are you?
I'd say to my friend from Montana.
Okay, the progress chart for January 6th. So, the progress chart from the insurrection 2 years ago has Mercury communication conjunct in the same place as Saturn.
I have that fear.
Square, and both of those are square, so grinding up against the energy of Mars, resulting in angry words. Oh, that's absolutely what I was getting.
That we don't recover.
Tomorrow's going to be very sad, very emotional.
That has been shown
Oh, yeah.
to the honor we have to serve.
Mayor Which thinks Republicans might just be getting off on humiliating Kevin now. Well, there is that.
And the freedoms of Americans, I have that fear that it can't be recovered from. I would say to my friend, the general.
Yeah, Ricky, here we go again.
That I have the same fears that he has. That we squander what our brothers and sisters in arms have sacrificed for.
Uh-huh.
I stand differently.
Then don't stand up for Kevin McCarthy, who
Mr. Crenshaw, when he looks out at the world,
is
the world differently.
Is
what he sacrificed
stunted in so many ways.
When he extends a hand, he extends it differently.
Trump lost again. Yes, Betty. Kathy Delisle says it's a team of losers.
We have so many in this body.
Alice is making another bag of popcorn.
So much, sacrificed so much.
Connie Catmama says he's my representative. He's such a dirtbag.
I fear that we don't live up to what some of our friends and brothers and sisters
hanging in there.
Have very literally given
Pretty in Blue says, come on, take a lunch break. Share some bread or something. Julie M says, we are a quotes, we are a team. We are together. Sounds like he's wishing he was a Democrat today. Oh, that was good. See, even they're clapping. Okay. Heather says, I definitely need some lunch. CC Ryder, yes, Sparts did vote present again. Warrior Witch, I'm not going to repeat that. Lola Bell, yes, Autumn, angry words.
My friend from Texas, my colleague,
yeah, Lola Bell is amazing.
Together, arguing on the same team about life and death issues for the United States of America.
All right, Brian Mast.
In here that you could hear an echo. That's sad. That's not living up to our friends.
Why is his head shinier than his face?
With the general from Pennsylvania, minimally attended on both sides.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, Chris Wicken says Gaetz sent a letter stating that McCarthy was squatting in the office of the Speaker of the House. Yes, he sent it to the architect of the Capitol. But apparently McCarthy's still squatting in the Speaker of the House office.
And we will. But I would say to my friends, those issues that we deal with like that you've spoken passionately about.
Okay.
I've heard your speeches. I've sat and listened to them. They can't be fixed by our friend.
Having a look.
And they can't be fixed.
Oh, there's scalp wax? Oh, okay.
Our friend Jim or our friend Byron.
Lola Bell says, thank you, Autumn. I'm a Scorpio also, and I have to know. Oh, yeah, absolutely. We have to know. You get stabbed in the back. Horrible things could happen. You need to know what's going on behind the scenes.
Given this opportunity, this honor.
Yes, Ricky, he's not only the hair club president, he's also a client. Yeah, there we go.
My friend Mr. Roy has been very proud of the number of individuals that
no, I was just saying, because did he put makeup on his face and not? I don't know. It's up to him. It's just something more interesting to talk about than what he's saying. That's all. Good for him.
Scrolling through whatever social media or whether they're actually paying attention to the issues.
Google Peace is asking, does anyone here read auras or maybe oil-ras?
That's something that we have to look at each other sharpen each other and make things better.
Oh gosh, hang on. I need to.
When we started this process months ago,
In on
behind closed
an
doors,
8th.
as leadership for the minority was being chosen behind closed doors, leadership for the majority was being talked about and debated and chosen behind closed doors, I said to my friend, Mr. McCarthy, I said,
If he's
"Please
your
don't look at us and see me as your friend or all of us as your friends. Don't look at us and see us as your colleagues.
what?
Don't look at us and see us as individuals that are votes for Speaker of the House. Look at us as individuals that are looking out to our communities, our neighborhoods, our friends, our neighbors, in our country, and telling them that we vouch for you, because that is what we are doing. We are vouching for you, and I couldn't be more proud to stand here today and vouch for you, my friend."
I vouch for you, he says. McCarthy said in response. Oh, little heart eyes. Little South Korean, little heart fingers.
I vouch to my community that Kevin will do as he was promised. He will give us the opportunity to write the course. He will give us the opportunity
Right, the course, as in to the far right. Yep.
how every individual votes.
Yeah, Frowen, get a room.
But he will give us the opportunity to make sure that we have smart energy policy between the Atlantic and the Pacific that makes sense for Americans. To make sure that he protects our border, protects Americans, to make sure that we don't spend what we don't have on a credit card, that we don't spend wastefully. I'm vouching for my friend that he will give us that opportunity to make sure that we don't have endless terms here in the House of Representatives. I vouch that he will deliver that opportunity to us. I'm proud to stand before my country and say that Kevin McCarthy is different. He is different. That is why.
Oh, he's different,
those
all
that I
right.
was speaking to earlier, the process is where it is today. He's different. He's not Paul Ryan. He's not going to tell you about you'll get
And
a
that's
term limits bill and then
good or bad?
he's not Mitch McConnell. He fought against the $1.7 trillion wasteful spending package that was sent to us on New Year's Eve. That's not him. He's different. He's not John Boehner. He didn't throw you all that disagreed with him.
Yeah,
Paulizella
commented, Z.
He welcomes everybody in because he's different. And if we give him the chance to be our speaker, we will all be different. He will be different. This Congress will be different. And
Oh, everything will be different. Yeah, he's a changed man, and you can tell that because of nothing.
Of Kevin McCarthy, very proudly, as the next Speaker of the House.
I vouch for you. I vouch for you. I vouch for you, Boo Boo. Nancy says I'm a Gemini. Oh, go give him a hug. I'll give him a hug. Aw, you did the hug. Nice little lap dog. Oh, hang on.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman
Sorry.
from Massachusetts rise?
I rise to nominate Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
That shirt style is from the 80s, but it actually looks really good on her. Nancy says I'm a Gemini sun, but 8th house Gemini sun with the Scorpio moon in the 2nd house. I sense what's going on from a mile away. Oh, yeah.
212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, and today, 212. House. House Democrats stand united behind our leader because Hakeem Jeffries stands united for the American people. The historic dysfunction that we are seeing, this intra-party fight that the American people have been drawn into, is imperiling our national security. It will imperil the ability of this government to deliver basic services. It is imperiling our jobs and our responsibility to serve our constituents. But it is also entirely predictable. They're failing to convene Congress today, but for years they have failed to deliver the votes for the American people. When schools and small businesses needed to reopen and the American people wanted vaccines, they said no. When we capped insulin costs for seniors at $35 a month, they said no. When we lowered healthcare costs and premiums for working families, they said no. When we defended the civil rights of LGBTQ plus Americans, they said no. When we protected lives from senseless gun violence, especially in the wake of the horrors of Buffalo and Uvalde, they said no. When we stood up for women and reproductive freedom, they said no. When we brought manufacturing back to America, they said no. When we answered the urgent call to protect our planet and invest in clean energy and create tens of millions of good-paying jobs, they said no. When we said women deserve equal pay for equal work, they said no. When we said that childcare and paid family leave should be available to every worker in this country, to every family, they said no. When we secured the fundamental right to vote for every single American, they said no. When we stood by our veterans and expanded their access to health care, they said no. When we defended our democracy 2 years ago tomorrow from a tyrannical president following the January 6th insurrection, they said no. House Democrats will stand together. We will stand for the American people. It is our job and our responsibility to elect a speaker who stands with them, and with great pride, I nominate Hakeem Jeffries.
That was awesome. That was awesome. That was amazing. That was amazing. I'm so glad we were all together for that. That was excellent.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
I rise to place into nomination the name of my friend from Florida, Byron Donalds, for the Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate that. You know, we're coming off an election. Just 2 months ago, a little less than 2 months ago, actually. And what did that election tell us? Well, when there were 5 million more Republicans who cast their ballots, it told us that the American public wanted a change. They wanted a change from the policies of the left that has taken over the Democrat Party. It said they wanted a change.
5 million more people voted than normal.
This administration
Did they all
that has
vote for
inflicted so much
Republicans
pain
somehow?
economically.
I doubt it.
We've seen crime explode. We've got an administration that won't even acknowledge that there's a crisis on the border.
Andy Biggs.
Tell you to go on down to the border. I've invited this administration to come with me to the border. Let's see it firsthand. The American public said they want to change. They want something new. They want something different. And we are on a path that just continues. Where were we just 12 years
His coloring
ago?
is very
An $11 trillion
ashen.
national debt.
Is he okay?
You know where we are today? Almost 3 times that. Both parties share blame in that. We have to bring that under control. You bring that under control, not
Snoring.
just by changing the rules of an institution, but by changing the leadership. And I'm told this process is painful. It's embarrassing, I'm told. You know what it is? It's not dysfunction, and it's not imperiling. What it is the exchange of ideas, an expression of support for people you want to be your leader in the next
Where's my
Congress.
pillow?
I think it's incredibly healthy, actually, for the American people to see that we're on the floor, something that my colleagues across the aisle so rarely like to be. They enjoy the proxy voting, I guess. They've sat there, I'll give it to you. They've laughed and they've chuckled and they've pointed fingers at us and said, oh,
That's a neat trick. How do you chuckle?
But you know what? As my friend from Florida just said, we're together. We're having an internal fight. It's being displayed. I wish it wasn't necessarily being displayed, but the American people could see it. But I can tell you this. When this is over and done with, I know which side of the aisle is going to be laughing. And it's going to be the side that is unified in taking on the issues that Americans care about. The issues that this side has not only ignored, but has put upon the American people. We used to be energy independent. Seems so long ago.
We still are, moron.
We're going to restore America to energy independence.
We already have energy independence. Idiot.
You know how you reduce inflation? You stop devaluing your currency. You stop blowing out the waters by spending $1.7 trillion on an omnibus bill that has
inflation hasn't been caused by too much money.
You start taking on crime. You start fighting violence.
Yeah, because nobody fights
You start
violence.
Fighting the overgrowth of our budget and restore our economy. You start incentivizing
Our economy's
jobs.
strongest in the
You
world.
recognize that the American middle class is being squeezed, and those who are with more difficult economic circumstances are being squeezed by an economy that has this inflation that attacks energy. You bring your border back under control. And this side is going to bring that border security under control. We recognize it's a crisis.
Yeah,
it's a crisis
because so much fentanyl's been caught.
The Yuma sector
not gotten through.
9,000 encounters.
Yes, it's a crisis.
Not for a 5-day period, but for an entire fiscal year. Under this administration, with these policies, that 9,000 encounters is about a 5-day period in the Yuma sector today. You don't know what it's like unless you see that happening.
Dude.
We're on a suboptimal path. It has to change.
Dude.
And to make it change,
the worst thing you have to deal with is dropping scrambled eggs on your tie.
It can be short-term, uncomfortable. But when you move to the correct path, all of a sudden things ease up and you can start having success.
Yeah, like
the direction
going with Hakeem Jeffries
here, in my opinion, is to someone like a Byron Donalds, a man who is living the American dream and is the example and the mentor for millions who need hope. Here is a man that has worked his way up. He is not a novice. He has the experience. He has the chops to be the speaker. He is a man. He has a lovely family, and they are politically engaged.
Yes, he has a lovely family. I'm sure he does.
He has worked in Florida politics. He's worked in the legislature. He has respect. He has the quiet confidence that a leader needs. I look around this body today, and I know it's hard for you to believe. I know it's hard for me to believe sometimes when I'm here and I have the great honor and privilege of serving with you. But you represent the cross-section of America, the great American experiment.
Stephanie Martin Mercury
The experience that you bring, the
goes
knowledge
direct
that you bring
January 18th.
is unique.
Mars goes direct January 12th.
The road to recovery is through this body. I believe if you want to make change, you have to make change. Maintaining status quo is not an option today. I believe we've reached an existential crisis in this country. I look across and I see the left has captured virtually every institution.
No, don't deny me the ability. This is the best rest I've gotten in days.
And will do the most credible job to lead us back that way is my friend from Florida, the Honorable Byron Donalds,
is he almost done?
whom I am pleased and proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Sunflower saying CNN and Fox are no longer covering this live.
The reading clerk will call the roll.
Okay. Oh, that was restful. I might need some more coffee though. Okay. Well, anybody else gonna hang out? Do. And why on earth would there be any change from number 7? We are on to number 8. By the way, I was looking at the poll you guys have been filling out about
Jeffries.
how many, so the poll is how many ballots will take before there's a speaker. Right now there are 344 votes, and 72% of you are saying it will take more than 10. Only 3% of you are saying this will get it, 7% for 9, 17% for 10, but 72% of you are saying more. Okay. Fair enough.
Jeffries.
Yes, exactly, Tiffany Lilly. Nothing has changed, sir. What are you doing? Yes, exactly. All right, let's do at 2 hours and 4 minutes. Okay. 2:03. Kevvie.
Babin.
Why
McCarthy.
are you
Bacon. McCarthy.
trying
Beard. McCarthy.
for an 8th vote?
McCarthy.
Has
Balance.
anything
Jeffries.
changed?
Banks.
Anything changed?
Barr. McCarthy.
Oh, I saw my name. Yeah.
Organ.
What?
Jeffries.
Is there a prize for winning the poll?
Florida.
You too. And you will win a democracy.
Beatty.
Stephanie Martin says this. MSNBC is still airing this. Well, it's important. Oh, Wheezy Squeezebox says, stop raining and I need to deal with chickens. So do they.
Jeffries.
So do the Republicans. Kevvie, what the heck are you doing? Dude.
McCarthy.
Deborah Murphy says Gaetz is not going to announce Trump running for Speaker of the House. Okay. Is he going to vote for him again? Polly Wanda, 8 strikes and you're out? Alas, no. Should be. And, oh, Annette, 8, the number for infinity. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Donalds.
Democrats are going to stick together again. Boy, that was a good speech, wasn't it? Elizabeth from Massachusetts. Elizabeth,
Bishop
what was
of
her last
Georgia.
name?
Jeffries.
Clark. That was it.
Bishop of North
Thank you,
Carolina.
Charlene. Man.
Bishop of North Carolina.
All right.
Blumenauer. Jeffries.
Kevvie. They're all voting again.
Lancaster. Jeffries.
The pages, the wands are still in your way. There's a refusal.
Remember, not of the Freedom Caucus, but for Kevin, the unanimously elected chairman of the Republican Study Committee, a businessman from humble beginnings, a leader, a true consensus candidate that can deliver.
Hearn.
Kevin Hearn of Oklahoma. Yeah, Barbara, he doesn't want to move out of the speaker's office. Exactly. Kevin, what are you doing? Kevvie,
Jeffries.
you're not working on the other side. You're not going to have the votes.
McCarthy. Bowman. Jeffries.
Okay.
I'll be in order. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen.
Boebert was saying that she's voting for a true member, someone who's not a member of the Freedom Caucus, who's a great blah, 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 Kevin Hearn. And when first she said, I'm voting for a Kevin, and people around her were like, yay, she's going to vote for McCarthy. And she kept talking, and it became clear she wasn't talking about McCarthy. So Kevin Hearn.
Buchanan. McCarthy. Buck.
At the Volpe says, just hire Kevvie, the self-kicking troll doll, for your next kids' party. Exactly.
Budzinski.
Who is Kevin Hearn? 19 Stallions is asking. I'd look it up, but does it matter? Thank you, C. Johnson.
McCarthy. Burleson.
Renee's asking, do they vote on weekends? In theory.
Bush.
In theory.
Jeffries.
Unless they all agree not to.
McCarthy.
All right, let me look up Hearn. Kevin Hearn.
Kamek.
Kevin Hearn.
Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas.
Ooh, Representative Kevin Hearn. This is the first thing it says when you go into Google and put his name in. It says, U.S. Representative Kevin Hearn. Representative Kevin Hearn of Oklahoma introduced the Protecting Life from Chemical Abortions Act, which will prevent the executive branch from declaring blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's one of those.
Carter of Louisiana.
Uh-huh. He was born on an Air Force base.
Carter of Texas.
That's kind of all we need to know, isn't it? Is it born on December 4th, 1961? So he's a Sagittarius for what it's worth.
Kassar.
And he looks pretty much exactly like you'd think he would. Warrior Witch says, I just knew Hearn was going to be one of those buttheads. Yes. Yes.
Caston. Jeffries.
Azalea says, I was born on an Air Force base. Cool.
Jeffries. Castro of Texas.
Mel Broussard says, if I am elected speaker, I will have a cash bar on the floor. Cool. There we go. Actually, yesterday, Republicans were accusing Democrats of drinking alcohol on the floor. And the Democrats are like, projecting much?
Chu. Jeffries.
Oh, man. Is this the first vote today, Margarita? No, it is not. It is the second. It is the second.
McCarthy. Clark of Massachusetts.
Oh my gosh.
Jeffries.
Elizabeth Clark, you are awesome.
Jeffries. Cleaver. Klein. McCarthy.
Mel Broussard says, maybe we need a coffee bar on the Dem side. Absolutely.
Cloud.
Unbelievable.
Donalds.
All right, I've got the 7th card. Now I've got to make an 8th lost card for McCarthy.
Jeffries.
Mm-hmm.
Clyde.
Oh, Alicia says coffee, alcohol. How about truth serum? There we go. Have a great day, Dreamweaver. Catherine Clark. Kathleen Clark. Oh, I'm getting disparate information.
Cohen.
Yes, Polywanda, masters of the time waste. Mm-hmm.
Jeffries. Cole. McCarthy. Collins. McCarthy.
I just read how a cat was
Comer. McCarthy. Connolly. Jeffries.
Get it out. Oh,
Correa. Jeffries.
okay, while this is going on, can I tell you the cute story about Alfie?
Jeffries. Courtney.
Rose Blues is asking, has anyone crocheted a blanket yet for a charity auction? They have the time. There we go.
Crane. Donalds.
Is my audio muffled?
Crawford.
Okay.
McCarthy.
Let me turn this down just a tiny, tiny bit.
Crenshaw.
All right, so
McCarthy.
Brave Sir Alfred of Pumpkin,
Crockett.
the wonderful orange cat you will sometimes see here. This was a few years ago. They needed to draw some blood or something for life insurance policy, and it was middle of winter. It was January. It was up in Wisconsin, and it was very, very cold, and it was first thing in the morning. But anyway, this very nice woman, this nurse, came to the house. She came in and we sat down at the kitchen table. And my ex, for reasons I will never understand, had bought this kitchen table that was incredibly high. Like the seats, they weren't regular size seats. They were up higher. You could use them. You could just turn them around and use them on the kitchen island without any change. They're, for some reason, he had a really high kitchen table, these really high chairs. So she and I are sitting there, and I put my hand out. She was having trouble, which people often do. I'd had to put Bailey in the bathroom and close the door because he was just freaking out. And Brave Sir Alfred, oh, I'm sorry, that should be, that's what I meant to do, sorry. So I've got my arm out, and Boo was in the bathroom because he was freaking out. So he's in there. But Alfie, Pumpkin, he's walking around. Well, she started to draw blood, and apparently I started to faint. Something I don't remember ever doing before or since. Alfie walked over to me, got on his hind legs, and put his front paws on my knees to try to get my attention. And when I didn't respond, he got down. He went to the nurse. He got up and put his paws on her legs to get her attention. And she looked down, and then she turned to me and realized what was happening. And she stopped me because I had just started to fall. So that's the kind of cat that Brave Sir Alfred of Pumpkin is. He has never done that, but he doesn't do that to people. But he saw that I was in trouble, and he got her attention. People wonder why I love my cats. So yes, Cindy Lou, Alfie Moon, Alfie Cool, Alfie Moon. Yep, he's so good. Thank you. And she said, you know, it's animals and it's children under the age of 2. They always know when people are fainting. They always know. So, my brave Sir Alfred of Pumpkin. All right. He is a hero. He's my hero. Deborah says he loves them because they're yours. Well, for a while, you know. Oh, Tris, that gave me chills. Alfie's got your back. Yes, he's a good boy. Yes, Dee says I have a tuxedo cat who never leaves my side when I'm ill. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh. And then I have Cuddle Bunny back here. Good job, Pumpkin. Yes, he is. Oh boy. Well, let's have a look at Jack Smith. He's in the country now. We're at 2 hours 16 minutes. 2 hours and 16 minutes. Jack Smith. Back in the U.S. Oh, here we go. Chris says, my boy Quincy, who passed quite a long time ago, visits me when I'm not well and feeling down. Oh, bless. Oh, he's still voting for Trump. Tim says, oh, wow, we have other votes now. Okay. Hang on, there was a question. Valerie says, had 2 long-haired cats, Max and Fluffy, P-H, Fluffy. Once my husband was brushing mats out of Fluffy's hair, she cried out. Max rushed over, my husband on the leg. Yes, Gaetz did just vote for Trump again. Oh, C. Johnson said I had one kitty who could tell when an earthquake was about to happen. Or Rich just said, good freaking Lord. Jeez. Oh. I have an embarrassing story about Boo Boo, but it's about the brothers. We may get to that at 2:17:30. All right, Jack Smith. Welcome back to the U.S. And having moved back to the U.S. from the Netherlands, Nederland, I know what the reverse culture shock is like. Everything here looks so wide because everything in the Netherlands has a small footprint and is very tall, including the people. But it's just so small, but just so multi-floors and really steep staircases. Really steep staircases over there. And you get here and it's just everything seems so low and wide. It's like we're trying to subconsciously fill the space. Jack Smith, how are you doing? It feels like there are actually quite a few places in the government and workplaces that have this on. They're watching this. Yes, Chris Wickens. Where, yeah, Boo Boo, yeah, I was trimming his nails. All right, then I've already told that story too many times. Okay.
Green of Tennessee.
9th speaker vote possible today.
Green of Texas.
He sprayed a little. Bless.
Green of Georgia. McCarthy.
Okay.
Griffith. McCarthy.
All right. Jack Smith. Suddenly, I've got a chariot card. I've got forward momentum. I've got big forward momentum. I've got the man standing up. He's not messing around. Those are major arcana. King of Cups. King of Pentacles. Knight of Swords. 5 of Swords, 6 of Pentacles. He is knee deep. I'm getting a mental image of him knee deep in swampy kind of water, just wading forward through all of it. I heard that he sent out some more subpoenas. So right now he is all over this. And on the right, they can try to avoid subpoenas. They can try to do the stupid stuff they've done before, but they don't know Jack. Yeah. Yeah, Marjorie Trader Green voted for McCarthy. She's been voting for him for McCarthy all along. He's promised her all kind of plum rolls. And so, yeah, Ricky, knee deep in the hoopla. Yes. Which is saying, why the heck is Margarine Trailer Grease wearing pink today? Is she channeling Dolores Umbridge? Yeah. Yeah. Alice says, is it just me, or is it beginning to look like they have fallen out of love with Donald? I don't know that they were in love with Donald in the first place. They're just never Kevin. So he's just plugging along. He's still getting information. Unfortunately, he's not going to act tomorrow. Alicia says there should be a mandatory 3-hour recess between votes. Yeah, but here we are. Chris Wicken says, my thought is that Scalise is the next GOP to be put up for speaker. I read on Scalise. Oh gosh, sorry, some of these are trying to run together. I have read on Scalise. I've read them today, didn't I? Yeah, at 54 minutes, 30 seconds in. I read on Scalise. It wasn't looking good for him. Rose Blue, yes. Subpoenas on the 6 on TV would be great. All in one place to avoid service. There we go. Exactly. Okay.
Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson.
Nearly 2.5 hours.
Jeffries.
Nearly 2.5 hours.
Jackson Lee.
Oh, Tigress, if you run put your cursor over the bottom of the video, you can run it to the right and catch up with the current live. Tina White says, okay, I'm punch drunk. So they come in tomorrow, arrest a bunch of them, hold a vote, and Jeffries wins. I like it. Let's do that. You know, my hair's dry now. I've been sitting here so long, my hair's completely dry, even in the back. Oh, boy. Rose Blue is asking, can Brazil come arrest Santos on TV also? Thank you. Yes.
Johnson of Georgia.
Good. Should. Somebody should. Lisa says, we don't want Jack to act during a Mercury retrograde. Oh, that is true. That is true. That was part of the problem with Mueller's report. Well, that and Barr.
McCarthy.
So, Deborah says, how about Frank Upton? I heard he's totally
Johnson of South Dakota.
disguised on the news as a possible. I don't quite understand. I'm sorry.
McCarthy. Joyce of Ohio.
Do 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 do. Darren says, my New Year's resolution was to start my spring cleaning in January. Republicans are really messing up with my plans. Oh, I find this kind of stuff to be great for, I mean, if I wasn't with you, I'd definitely be cleaning as I was listening to it. So there we go. Ricky, yes. Welcome to the year 2112, where Kevin McCarthy is still wanting to become Speaker of the House. Today's vote will be 9,322. 22nd is 9,322nd attempt.
Jeffries. Higgins of Virginia. McCarthy.
That was good.
Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. McCarthy.
All right.
Schumer. Jeffries.
Tasha, how are you holding up, Autumn? You're a real trooper in your dedication as community. Your spirit and
McCarthy.
groundedness to be very reassuring. You give me hope. Oh, I'm so glad.
Jeffries.
I am so glad.
Krishnamurthy. Jeffries.
So,
Custer.
Darla says Fred Upton is a former Republican congressman who worked with Democrats. Okay. Dear Warrior, which saying Trillium Tarot, this is Groundhog Day. Nice and early.
La Lota.
All right. We're halfway through the voting. Yes, Lucky Girl, thank you all for being here for each other. We are each other's support group. Absolutely.
McCarthy. Lamborn.
I don't know what that means, Tris. I'm sorry.
Lamborn.
Trillium Tarot. Oh, great. 6 more weeks of this.
Landsman. Jeffries.
Yes. Tasha says this is for sure giving me Groundhog Day vibes. Yes.
McCarthy. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Latta.
Elizabeth says, what timeline did we jump into now? Oh no, we're in a loop.
Turner.
We're in a loop. We'll be here for a while.
McCarthy. Long.
Joyce says we'll be here until the actual Groundhog Day. Tiffany Lilly says, but the longer they do this,
McCarthy.
ick. But the longer they do this, the less work they get done. Exactly. Oh, something about just saw something about.
Jeffries.
Thank you, Tris.
Lee of Florida.
Pink is predicting a shortage of popcorn coming up. Yes.
Lee of Nevada. Jeffries.
Lady Eva says, between the chat and readings, what's going on here? I'm feeling very entertained. Oh, good. Oh, Jeanette said, just saw on another site, if he loses 12 times, does he get a 13th for free? Well, if he loses 10 times, he may get a free sandwich or a free coffee.
Lesko. McCarthy.
So,
Lesko. McCarthy.
Sherlock Holmes, we're at the end of Doctor Strange when we're trying to get Dormammu to bargain.
Lou. Jeffries.
Where's Benedict Cumberbatch when you need him?
Jeffries.
Oh, gosh.
Loudermilk.
Wendy French is asking, when will Biden get involved?
Lucas.
Never. This is a different branch of government. So,
Luke Kameyer.
Warrior Witch says, put pictures of Jeffries and McCarthy on the ground and let the groundhog decide.
Donalds.
Tina White, are they just going from one vote directly into another? Have they started? How many votes will they hold today? Can they go through the night? So far, they've been doing 3 a day.
Jeffries.
That's why this is currently this is the second one today, vote number 8, and McCarthy's losing again. Or he's lost again.
Jeffries.
Yeah.
Maliotakis.
Tasha's saying, where's the shadow? Yeah.
McCarthy.
CC Ryder says, will GOP House members lose their seats in 2 years? That's kind of a broad question. I don't know that I could do much good with it.
McCarthy. Mass. McCarthy. Matsui.
Katie Arbuckle says he's already $10 toward free bread. Yes.
McCarthy. McCarthy.
Yeah, Trillium Tarot. They were supposed to do another one last night, but the GOP chickened out. Oh, they got down to McCarthy. So now they're standing. Yay. Yay. Revolution. Ricky, where's the shadow with Margot Lane? Of course. Why wouldn't he be? Why didn't they get married? That's what I always want to know. Lamont Cranston, which I think if you read all of the books,
McCarthy.
it might not be his real name. He might not be the anyway. But I always wondered why didn't
Jeffries.
Lamont Cranston, Mary Margot Layton. Why?
McCormick.
Anyway.
McCarthy.
Elizabeth Hayes says, it's like asking a 3-year-old to pick cereal for breakfast.
Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. McCarthy.
Trillium Tarot, yes, clap for the loser.
Jeffries.
At this point, they're like the cymbal clanking monkey thingy.
Jeffries.
You know, there is a Mystery Science Theater joke for that.
Jeffries. User.
It's because that monkey usually has the big crazy smile, and it was, is there corn in my teeth?
Miller of Illinois.
Yeah.
Miller of Illinois. Donalds.
Oh, because he was a shadow. That's why he didn't marry Margot Lane.
Miller of West Virginia.
Pink, I have not watched Wednesday yet. I've heard good things about it, but I just have not gotten there. December was crazy. Between all the stuff I was doing in the giveaways and the... Yeah, I've really gotten to anything, but I'd like to watch it. I hear good things. Who are the others they're voting for, Rebecca said. Well, Donald Trump. Gaetz voted for him. Boebert voted for Kevin Hearn. A lot of them are voting for Daniels, Byron Daniels. And is there anybody else? Bonnie says, remember when Kevin had an affair with Renee Elmers? Says exactly what kind of person he is. Whew. Chris says, how many other votes do the Dems need for Hakeem to take the seat? Somebody has to get to 218 unless enough people vote present or just don't show up, which is highly unlikely. But Sylvia says they're getting paid $500 a day to sit and shout out a name. What were they doing since November? What was McCarthy doing since November? Question from Electra Storm. Does Nathaniel P. Banks, the last speaker who took over 100 ballots to win, think Kevin has a chance to win? Pink says Dems needs 6 more votes. Okay. Lisa suggests that Kevin needs to start offering NFT cards. Oh gosh. No, John France, the clown car has not yet run out of gas.
None of Iowa.
Chris Wicken says, so it has to be present votes that lowers it then. Yeah, or people just not showing up. Which is kind of why we're kind of stuck. Yes, CC Writer, Freedom Caucus. I nominate Vladimir Putin. Yes, Vlad. Should we check in with Vlad? I mean, we're here. At 2:34. 2:34. Apparently, Putin, Russians are talking about a 36-hour ceasefire for the Orthodox Christmas. And you can't trust them. So is there actually going to be a 36-hour truce? Or is this just a bunch of garbage? Electra Storm says Boebert changed her vote. What is she up to? She voted for Kevin Hearn, or has she changed it since then? Marjorie Harrison said Midas Touch has called it against McCarthy in the 8th round 2 minutes ago. Oh yeah, it already says 9th speaker vote possible today. Strawberry Rhubarb Tarot says, I nominate Randy Rainbow at Get Things Done. I don't know if it get things done, but you'd be wildly entertained. And he could sing Schoolhouse Rock and maybe teach Republicans how to actually govern. Okay, Putin. 30. 2:30. Let's say 2:35. Okay.
Spokane,
Will there be a 36-hour
Porter,
truce?
Jeffries,
Oh, talk about my stomach turning.
McCarthy,
Suvi says that the soldiers will be thrilled in the trenches. Yeah, but who can trust the Russians?
Quigley,
Alice says, oh my gosh, I'm falling asleep. Oh no. Oh, Alicia, thank you. Thank you for keeping us informed and grounded with a side of hope.
Raskin,
Also for creative sprints. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Alicia.
Rischenthaler, McCarthy,
CC Ryder is saying the tarot cards are saying I quit.
McCarthy, Rogers of Alabama,
Hierophant.
Rogers of Alabama,
Can you trust Russia? Can you really trust that there's going to be a whole 36 hours where they won't fight? 5 of
Rogers of Kentucky,
Pentacles, 8 of Wands, 6 of Cups, 4 of Wands, Magician. Yeah, there might be, because Russia so desperately needs to reposition.
Ross,
That's what they would do with that.
Jeffries,
They are suffering. The Russians are doing horribly. Their people are showing up without food, without socks, without basics. They have some have attacked other on their own side to grab supplies.
Ruppersberger,
All this stupid fighting. Ukraine's like, yeah, we don't want to fight. Just get out of our country. Simple enough. Our country, get out.
Ryan,
So there might be a hint of this, but it's only Putin playing games to try to reposition stuff.
Selena,
I don't trust it. Ricky says, how about a complete ceasefire? Leave Ukraine alone.
Sanchez,
Exactly.
Jeffries,
Suvi says, I meant Russian soldiers freezing. Oh, jeez. John Francis, 36 hours for Russians to reload. Yeah. Yeah.
Sarbanes,
Tiffany Lilly says, I've seen them just straight up surrender.
Scalise, McCarthy,
Mm-hmm.
Scanlon, Jeffries, Kowski, Jeffries,
CC Ryder, GOP House. I nominate Tulsi Gabbard. Oh, jeez.
Jeffries, Schneider,
Oh, underhanded. All the cards are coming off the bottom of the deck.
Scholten,
Putin is declining rapidly. He's declining like
Schweikert,
a dish made with lots of mayonnaise left out in the park. It's declining rapidly. King of Wands, 6 of Wands, Page of Cups, Sun,
Scott of Virginia,
Page of Swords.
Jeffries,
Again, in the middle, I've got Ukraine, just like,
Donald,
yeah, we'll stop fighting. Get out of our country. Simple. This is that's Putin.
Sessions,
He still thinks he can get some kind of victory.
Sewell,
This feels very underhanded.
Sewell,
Letting the sun, 36 hours, letting the sun go past.
Jeffries,
And this is a card of a bully
Cheryl,
who thinks he's 100 feet tall. Don't trust it.
Simpson,
Don't trust it.
Carter, Slotkin,
Yes, Trillium Tarot, we're back to hot mayonnaise. Yes. Ricky says, this vote has gone on so long, my dog is snoring again. Thread of Hope is asking about Belarus.
McCarthy,
Any energy showing Belarus increasing military action for
Smith
Putin?
of Washington,
Let's ask about Belarus.
Jeffries,
There is talk that they are demanding more of their citizens, male citizens, register.
Jeffries,
2 hours, 39 minutes.
Jeffries,
I'm going to have to get Johnny on here from Kara's Apprentice because he's a Gemini and he can do this. He can do this for like 8 hours. Belarus.
Sparks, Stansbury,
Did Sparts answer? I don't see a present.
Stansbury, Jeffries,
Karen says, did you see my suggestion for the next art Statue of Liberty holding a smoking sage stick instead of a torch?
Stauber,
Yeah.
Steele,
Belarus.
Stefani,
Belarus.
Stevens.
Don't do it. Oh, who's the head of Belarus? What's that jerk's name?
Strickland.
I keep trying to think of it, and I keep hearing names here in my brain. It's like,
Swalwell.
Big Steph is saying, just read Russia lost 10,000 troops in the last 2 weeks.
Jeffries.
Oh, man.
Takano. Jeffries. Tenney.
Jolene says, if this goes on much longer, Santos will turn himself in, seeing prison as a better option. Yeah.
Jeffries. Thompson of California.
Wheel of Fortune. Don't get involved. Don't do it. Don't get more involved, I should say. Don't do it.
Thompson of Mississippi.
Don't do it.
Thompson of Mississippi.
Oh, okay. They're dragging their feet. Lukashenko. Thank you. Thank you, Thread of Hope. Yeah, I've been getting them actually dragging their feet, and that's what I'm getting here. Yeah, we're gonna help. We're talking about it. They don't want to mess with NATO. They don't want to risk messing with NATO in any way. Yeah, we're taking an advisement. We're organizing. We've asked more of our young men to sign up and register. And yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they're dragging their feet. I've been getting that all along, actually. Val Ray says Jack Smith issued more subpoenas yesterday. I saw that. Jesse Hill, 08 for McCarthy. Why, yes. We're down to the T's. John France, thank you so much. Thank you. Much appreciated. And Kelby says, is it giving Brazil time to come get Santos before being sworn in? I just heard they're reopening the investigation. I haven't heard anything beyond that. So, alas, I doubt it. All right, I'm gonna need some soda or something with a kick.
Jeffries. VC. Jeffries.
VC.
Jeffries.
Brian, is there a January 28th debt ceiling? I thought it was in March.
Boebert.
When I'm asking the chat, when is the debt ceiling? And hang on, I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be right back.
Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries.
Change. My AirPod's about to die. Let me put the other one in.
Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries.
Yeah, wait, let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Thank you,
Webster,
Carolyn Pooler. It really helps a lot. Thank you.
Winstrup.
Let's go get some snacks. We'll be back. Thank you, Carolyn.
Westerman. McCarthy. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of New York. McCarthy. Williams of Texas. Williams of Texas. McCarthy. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. McCarthy. Whitman. McCarthy. Womack. McCarthy. Yakum. McCarthy. Zinke. Zinke.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you. Dr. Case, thank you. Thank you so much. High Priestess is saying, breaking, a Republican who voted to impeach Trump has offered Democrats a deal to secure the speakership that will give Dems 50-50 power in the House.
The reading
Oh,
clerk will
boy.
now call the names of those members-elect who did not answer on the first call of the roll.
I agree, Lisa. I'm going to have the entire House roster memorized by the time this is over. I hear you. Incognitouser.
Allen. McCarthy.
Would this still be going on if they had a secret ballot? Probably. I don't know. Tasha's asking,
Bishop of North Carolina.
how would a
Donald.
50-50 deal work? I don't think it would. But oh, all right. I've got some soda. I have a little bit of chocolate, and I've got some protein. So,
Donalds.
Google Peace, thank you so much.
Donalds.
Thank you. At the Volpe, talking about the budget, around March 21st, they passed a budget to keep everything going until after the new year
Fox.
because of this.
McCarthy.
Okay. Well, I was saying the other day, leaving it until that time in March, that's 2 days before Pluto goes into Aquarius, and big things can happen then.
Lamborn. McCarthy.
Annette is saying, I finished the popcorn. Now I'm going over to biscuits from Christmas. I don't blame you.
Santos. McCarthy. Sewell. Jeffries. Sparks. Present.
Oh my gosh, Azalea, thank you so much.
McCarthy.
Thank you. Okay, for what it's worth, astrologically, this morning, around about the time I came on, the sun in the sky
McCarthy.
was trine Uranus in the sky. And Uranus is the rebel, the unexpected, the weirdness, the craziness, the bolts out of the blue, and the freedom-loving. So the sun is empowering Uranus, and the sun, our collective sense of self, was getting lots of lovely thinking outside the box energy. All right, let's turn that down a little. Electrostorm's asking, what are the Senate Republicans thinking about all this? Well, yesterday Biden went to Kentucky and met up with McConnell, and they stood in front of a bridge and talked about infrastructure and shook hands. Darren's asking, I'm confused. How can Santos vote if he wasn't sworn in? None of them are sworn in. None of them will be sworn in. And Santos was trying to raise money, charge people for coming to see him be sworn in. Oh, Azalea, do not trust McConnell. No. Sue Johnson. Wow, we have the same numbers for the 8th time. Mm-hmm. Yep. Gonna go for 9? Hey, Kevin. How much of a moron are you? I mean, I'm happy to make the more cards. Because we need to commemorate these epic losses by McCarthy. Oh, incognito user. Oh, geez. Thank you. Incognito user. I have to remember that. Thank you, lucky girl. Keep saying the wrong thing. Will there be more votes today? 1 or 2 more votes today. I hope not, but we've had 3 the last 2 days. Ricky says Kevin McCarthy doesn't know when to take a hint. Oh, yeah, exactly. Lady Eva says Kevin's a glutton for punishment. Biggs and Jordan are there talking on the screen. You know, that's ugly. I don't understand why Congress people haven't been arrested 2 years after January 6th.
Well, unofficially, on the 8th vote for Speaker, the
8th.
top 2 numbers did not change. Hakeem Jeffries again at 212. Kevin McCarthy retains 90% of the Republican conference with 201 votes. A few small changes below. Byron Donalds down to 17 votes. Kevin Hern, Republican from Oklahoma in his 4th term, picked up 2 votes, one from Lauren Boebert and the other one from Representative-elect from Oklahoma, Josh Brasheen, Matt Gaetz once again, Donald Trump, and Victoria Spartz of Indiana once again present. So those are the unofficial totals. We're waiting on the official tally in just a minute. You probably saw during that last vote, Kevin McCarthy doing some lobbying on the floor. We have our own cameras in there for the opening of Congress, so we're able to show you some different floor shots. We don't have just the standard house cameras, so it's always a lot of fun when we have our own cameras in there. A couple of tweets that came out during that last vote. Manu Raju of CNN. I just asked Kevin McCarthy about why he can't pick off any of the 20. It's all going to be this way until an agreement comes, Mr. McCarthy said. Asked why it's been so hard for him, McCarthy said, quote,
because I'm a loser.
It's great if you think it's so hard. When it comes, I want to see what you write. And Manu Raju tweeted another, asked at what point will he make a realization that the outcome won't change, McCarthy told Manu Raju, after I win. Representative Don Bacon, Republican, Nebraska, McCarthy supporter. He has been reported to be working with the Democrats, trying to potentially find a bipartisan speaker candidate. But he sent out a tweet.
That's not
office
going to
was
happen.
informed by an agency today that they cannot communicate with my staff regarding active casework because we are not sworn in. The handful holding up the speaker election is not helping Americans, but directly hurting them.
Nope.
And Lauren Boebert, who has not voted for Kevin McCarthy in all 8 votes, and then led 2 people to vote for Kevin Hern, tweeted out, we are not making a point, we are making a change. Don't know whether 9th vote is coming up or whether the potential adjournment is coming up, but we're waiting on the official tally of the 8th vote.
Unbelievable. This is just crazy town. Oh yeah, Democrats absolutely should not. Democrats should not be helping the Republicans. I'm totally with you. Lewis is asking, how does Donald Trump feel about receiving just 1 vote? I read on that earlier. He knows it's the insult that it was meant to be. Yeah. He knows Gaetz is just needling him. Turn this down a little bit. Okay. Yeah, Margarita. Now they want to negotiate? Uh-huh. Dave says, I've never seen McCarthy as speaker ever. Well, I keep trying to read on it, and I keep not getting an answer. I just keep getting no answer. No, every time I pull card, I mean, you've seen me, and I'm here every day. I literally am here 365 days of the year, and I just don't get him being speaker. Or actually, no, it isn't that I don't see him being speaker. I don't get an answer. It's very strange. Which makes me wonder if there's something hinky that ends up happening. Who was it? It was just saying that at the rate I'm going, I'm going to end up with an entire deck of Kevin McCarthy loser cards. I don't see it. I'm so sorry. Oh, Fran. Fran said it. Thank you. Gosh, I hope not. That's 78. 78 cards. Darren said Democrats hold the line. Do not help the Republicans. They did this to themselves. Let them suffer. We had to live through 4 years of 45 hell. Karma. Yes, absolutely. Lisa says, what would the hinky thing that would happen? That's a thing. Very Uranus energy. It can be anything. Whoa. Cards falling out. People are getting tired. Not just us. Rose Blue's asking, what are the odds in Vegas? I don't know, but I bet there's somewhere online you could look. I just don't know. All right. Oh, Gaetz talking to Jordan and all right, at 2 hours and 57 minutes. 2 hours and 57 minutes. Let's check in with McCarthy's energy. Check in with loser McCarthy. With the bride or the failure? Deborah says, with Mercury in retrograde, is it a good time for Hakeem Jeffries to be speaker? Whoever becomes speaker during a Mercury retrograde, that becomes the chart for their time as speaker. And you don't want Mercury retrograde, but what can you do? Deb, thank you. Thank you for being here through this crazy time. I need you. Trust me.
We're currently awaiting the official results of the 8th speaker votes, looking toward a potential 9th speaker vote. Scott Perry, chair of the Freedom Caucus, Republican from Pennsylvania, who has been an active anti-McCarthy member, is quoted by Olivia Beavers of Politico as saying, "We're not even really talking about a deal." That's what Perry said while heading back to the floor. And John Bresnahan, longtime Washington reporter, now with Punchbowl News, tweets out, Republicans now predicting a 9th roll call vote for Speaker, then try to adjourn. But we'll see what happens.
Dear great Gussie, are you kidding me? CC Ryder says Kevin McCarthy's chart must look like a bomb zone. It looks overconfident is what it looks. We looked at that yesterday, day before. It's just his where things are in the transits right now. It's just fueling his Pluto, so his sense of power. It's giving all kind of energy to his Jupiter, making him overconfident. It's a mess. So, how is Kevin doing? Well, the far right is being a thorn in his side. Surprise. For him becoming a speaker, so important, the emperor. Oh, and he is absolutely convinced. I can feel it. He is absolutely convinced, without question, he's going to be speaker. I mean, suddenly I feel like I'm tapping his energy, and all of my doubts just went poof. Like, he's absolutely certain. There's not a doubt in his mind, and now reality's starting to come back to me. Thank you. Don't want to stay in his energy. It's just a matter of time, and he'll have the votes. And then these people on the far right can rant and rail all they want. He'll have the power, but he doesn't realize the concessions he needs to make would hurt him pretty badly, his speakership pretty badly. Yes, Kathy Delisle, the sin of pride. Well, yes, they're very good at that there. CC Ryder says, does Vegas have odds on this? Yes, I think someone just put them in the chat. C. Johnson, Kevin has such an ego. Well, it's good. It's good he has an ego because he doesn't have much else. Talents, charisma, ability, speaking ability. He is Mr. Mediocre. Wheezy Squeezebox says, who gave him the key to the speaker's office? That's a good question. Yes, Rowan, the metal detectors in the house were removed a few days ago. Uh-huh. Trish says, I got kicked out. Let me guess. No for McCarthy again? Here we are. Darren says, I didn't know Aquarians could be so stubborn. And I like the laughing emojis after that. No, yeah, Aquarius is the Aquarius is the fixed sign. And for anybody, whoa, who hasn't heard this before, it pops out of my ear all the time, even when I change the size of the thing. Anyway, for anybody who hasn't heard this 800 times, think of the astrology. This is the basic chart. These are the basics. If you learn this, you're gonna understand a lot of most of astrology, Western astrology. So you think of each quadrant. This way, each quadrant, and then from here to here as its own thing. And so when you first go into the quadrant, you get that first sign in the quadrant is let's go into the new quadrant. We need to take action. We need to do the thing. And then the second sign in the quadrant is like, I'm in the quadrant. It's my quadrant. I'm not moving. I'm staying here. And then the third sign in the quadrant is like, okay, we're moving into a new quadrant. We need to get a little loosey-goosey, a little mutable, little ability. So you get cardinal, take charge, fixed signs, I'm staying, and you get mutable signs, which is very flexible. And so you get that all the way around. So the fixed signs are Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. Ta-da! All right, let's do that. And go back to comments so I can see what you're saying. Jean Genie saying, no. We Aquarians, we do not claim McCarthy. I understand. Have a good day, Kay. Marie, I agree. McConnell is adult. Yes. T. Johnson said, yes, I am stubborn. Kevin does not have a tarot reader. Who let me give you credit for that.
And more news is coming out as we await the official results of the 8th ballot for Speaker. It looks like there will be a 9th. Aiden Quigley, DQ Roll Call, tweets out that Steve Scalise again says it looks like they will take another vote instead of adjourning now. We are heading to a 9th ballot. And Steve Kornacki, MSNBC, NBC, puts it into context, saying, with a 9th ballot assured, this is now tied for the 8th longest speaker election in history, tying the 1923 vote that ended with Frederick Gillette winning on the 9th ballot. And finally, Kelly McManus, we're here until at least tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens. The Politico reporter was quoting Patrick McHenry, R of North Carolina, who told reporters that as he headed back into talks on the speaker's race. Maggie Haberman, who writes for the New York Times and has written a biography on President Trump, has tweeted out that Trump facilitated a direct call between Scott Perry and Kevin McCarthy on Tuesday night, which he was also on, and he pressed Perry Kerry is part of the negotiations with McCarthy, but has voted against him multiple times. Maggie Haberman goes on to tweet that, quote, Kevin is not perfect, Trump has said to one lawmaker after another. He has been making calls, but not putting a hard sell on, even when some hardliners have told him they would vote for Kevin McCarthy if he asked directly.
I don't believe for a minute that Trump would wholeheartedly endorse somebody else. Yes, Aquarians are an air sign, but yes, the symbol is the water bearer because they're humanitarians, and everyone needs water. So everyone gets an equal amount, and they'll go down the line and give an equal amount of water to everybody, which is great. Until somebody needs more than that, and they come back, and it's like, no, that's all you get. Hi, baby. Anybody want to answer me? Bueller, what was your question? I'm sorry, I missed it. Steve Johnson says, what does Trump have to do with this vote? He has no say. Well, apparently somebody's sort of kind of listening, but not really. Goodness. Annette says, hi, I am human. Zoe says, Trump thinks his words are important. I know. Wendy says, now the other readers said Kevin will win, but he won't be in there very long because of the investigations. Well, if he's given the concession to the far right that they just need one person to call for a vote of no confidence and everyone has to vote for speaker again, he's not going to last 2 hours because the Democrats are going to call. The Democrats are going to stand up and say, I vote for no confidence. And then the next, they'll sort it out. And then another one will stand up and say, I vote for no confidence. I vote for no confidence. I vote for no confidence. Uh-huh. Alicia says, with Mercury retrograde potential, maybe it's not good to be elected as speaker. What is the date it goes direct again? On the 18th. Matter of fact, for anybody who didn't get it, I'd have to find the link. There is a free 2023 astrology one-page PDF. Well, two-page technically, because there's a legend. But that I made that shows a lot of the major astrological stuff in 2023. But it's not on my website, which still isn't working. And it wouldn't work in OneDrive because Mercury retrograde. So Sarah had put it in her Dropbox and added a link to it. I don't remember, so I don't know I wonder when is Sarah's home yet? Because a free printout of that would be most helpful for a lot of people. Oh my gosh, Lucky Girl has it right on hand. Thank you so much. Yes, the link to Autumn's 2023 astrological calendar freebie giveaway is here. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to go. I can't grab that link in the chat.
And we continue to wait for the official results on vote 8 for the speakership. Lots of tweets coming out, sharing information. Jeff Zeleny of CNN says that a normally restrained and reliably conservative member from a red state tells me, quote, we're frustrated as hell. This should not be mistaken for overwhelming love for Kevin, but we can't cave into demands from people who have no interest in governing or any clue how to do it. And Representative Andy Biggs, one of the leaders of the anti-McCarthy movement, Republican of Arizona, tweets, this deliberation is healthy. The House should always be disengaged instead of rubber stamping all bills coming through it.
Uh-huh. Okay, so Gene Genie says, my sun is Aquarius, my moon is Taurus. Who are you calling stubborn? Constance asking, is it 218 no matter how many vote? No, it can be less if more people vote present, right there, or they just don't show up. But you need like 10 of them to do it or something like that. Brian says, I checked again. The debt ceiling is in increments. It's secure until July. Ooh, okay, good. Because boy, if there's a, if Congress is, which is the rulership for Congress is Aquarius, the group of equals. Pluto's going into Aquarius March 23rd. If things are not, whatever weaknesses are in the Congress, they are going to show up. Dwyer, which says, I've got a Scorpio moon, Taurus rising, and an Aquarius Venus. I beat you. I beat all of you. Oh, that's awesome. All right, and I've put the 2023 astrology calendar freebie link in the description box too. So Darren says, Aries here, Cancer moon, Virgo rising, can be very stubborn. I understand. Darren, do you happen to know where in Cancer, what degree of Cancer your moon is at? I'm just curious, because usually when I go into either a group chat like this or a message board or something where it's about, they're kind of all following one person's live streams or work of whatever nature. It's interesting how many of them have astrological placements that make them comfortable with that person. And there's a lot of Cancer energy and Scorpio energy. But then I've also got other stuff in my chart too. So I just find it interesting. Celia says, Sun, Scorpio, Taurus, Moon, Sagittarius rising. Cool. And it's all of you know, or almost all of you know, Sun, Scorpio, Cancer, Moon, Gemini rising here. My baby said, if Jeffries becomes Speaker, is it still a Republican-led House? No. Thing is that he would then control what comes to the floor, but the problem is, if the others show up, he won't have the votes to pass anything. No problem. It looks like a curly N. My astrology chart looks like a curly N. That's cool.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 433, of which the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 212.
Again.
The Honorable Kevin McCarthy of the state of California has received 201. The Honorable Byron Donalds of the state of Florida has received 17. The Honorable Kevin Hearn of the state of Oklahoma has received 2. The Honorable Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 1, with 1 recorded as present. No member-elect having received a majority of the votes cast, a speaker has not been elected. The reading clerk will again. From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin McCarthy
as
Speaker of the House.
The gentleman is
Definition of insanity. Here we go.
Kevin McCarthy has been our leader for the past 4 years.
That's the
And has
problem.
overwhelming support within this conference.
Obviously not.
My intent today is to address the American people
Good
who
luck.
have been watching these proceedings. My intent today is to address the American people who have been watching these proceedings and are concerned about what they've seen in this chamber over the past 2 days.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I am a member of the House Freedom Caucus, and I am proud to say so. I believe the 20 members that have nominated an alternate candidate have expressed
Nothing
their
to brag
concerns
about,
with
dude.
leadership. And many of those concerns have been addressed and accepted by Leader McCarthy and this conference. I believe this battle we are raging must end.
Yeah.
Kevin
Nominate someone
McCarthy
else.
fully understands that being Speaker of the House will not be easy. Kevin is aware that any legislation he would like to pass out of this House will require support and endorsement from the Freedom Caucus. This is where I believe we can hold the Speaker accountable. Kevin has made changes to the House rules at the request of all members. One of those rules changes was the motion to vacate the chair, which Nancy Pelosi removed 4 years ago to avoid the scrutiny and the accountability. The motion to vacate the chair that has not
And
been
she pulled it off,
for
too.
a floor vote in over 100 years calls for the removal of the Speaker of the House. Kevin has reinstated the motion to vacate the chair, which I believe was the right thing to do.
How many do you
This
need?
motion allows us, the Republican conference, to hold the Speaker accountable. The American people gave us, my friends, us, the Republicans, the majority, and their vote of confidence to change the direction of our country.
Gerrymandering gave you the majority.
The American people are begging for leadership.
Not from you.
Because the Biden administration certainly has not placed the American people first. Kevin McCarthy understands. He understands he must protect that Speaker's gavel and abide the will of the American people.
He said,
the decisions we make in the 118th Congress are critical to the future of our country. The decisions we make, the legislation we pass as a Republican majority must have the support of the American people. We have a crisis on every corner in America, and the American people are expecting Republicans to bring this much-needed change. We must come together today and implement that change. To those of you outside of Washington that are watching, Kevin McCarthy and this Republican majority understand your pain. We understand your pain. We feel it.
You are our pain.
We understand we must secure our southern border. We must unleash our energy sector and become energy independent. We must curb inflation by reducing spending. And we must support our law enforcement officers, folks. We got to get crime under control. We must place America and its people first.
Love America.
And all this.
Thank you, Sylvia. Thank you.
And all this, my friends, on the Republican side, all this, we can do this, all while holding the Biden administration accountable. And the Washington bureaucrats who have infringed and abused the rights of the American people and their families long enough.
Abused? You took away rights.
They will be held accountable. They will be held accountable. So today,
this guy's
let's do
delusional.
what's in the best interest of the American people. Let's get to work. Let's elect Kevin McCarthy as Speaker of the House. And at the direction of the Republican Conference, I advance the name of Kevin McCarthy as the next Speaker of the House for the 118th Congress.
Trying to get this thing to load.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise today to nominate Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker of the House.
Yay! I love this guy. I love Ted Lieu. He's so awesome.
Vote, Democrats stand united and ready to get to work on behalf of the American people under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries. Vote after vote, nomination after nomination, Democrats are united. Just like we were united when we passed the American Rescue Plan to get our economy back on track. United when we passed the infrastructure law to rebuild America. United when we capped insulin at $35, passed historic gun safety legislation, and passed the PACT Act to help our nation's veterans.
I'm not making it up, folks.
United when Democrats passed the Chips and Science Act to bring manufacturing back to America. United when Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce our deficit and protect our environment. Democrats are unified to tackle the climate crisis while Republicans are mired in their own leadership crisis. Madam Clerk, House Democrats are ready, willing, and able to get to work for the American people. We will do so under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, who has a plan for the American people. Therefore, as Vice Chair of the Democratic Caucus, I'm directed by the vote of our caucus to present for election to the office of Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress, Representative-elect from the state of New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana rise?
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would like to nominate the name of Byron Donalds to Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me begin by stating that it is an absolute privilege to be here standing and serving with
It's not a privilege
and
for
every
us,
one of you.
dude. It's really
I know
not.
we have differences of opinions.
I mean, it's not, the
and I know
democracy
we
in
have
theory is
differences
nice,
of
but I'm
agendas
glad we
that
have
would like
that.
to
But
pursue. But I will tell you that we all are representing the United States of America in the best
C.
fashion
Johnson, none. Please
that I
don't talk.
know that
Yes.
we truly believe in. So thank you, and it is a privilege. When I walk out every evening from the Longworth office building, I will tell you that as I look back on the Capitol with the lights gleaming upon it, that I recognize the honor, the
Leela says
privilege,
Groundhog Day
and
10.
the responsibility that each one of us
Ninth
has
vote for
taken
Speaker.
on to be in this place that we are right now, and the obligations that we have.
Yes, Valerie.
the
Valerie. Duns need
districts that we
matching
represent
T-shirts that say
back
212
home.
across the front.
It is an incredible privilege, but it is also an incredible responsibility. And I do not take it lightly, and I know that no one in this room does. We are participating in a system that has endured 247 years.
This is you,
Through
McCarthy.
drought and through flood, through world wars.
Okay, can I
and
mute this
through
for a second?
Civil war. And some way.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Normally I like to listen to what these idiots have to say, but I got to share this with you. Years ago, there was a movie called Kafka. Jeremy Irons played Kafka. And Alec Guinness played his boss at work. Who had such a memorable line after reading some, or talking about Kafka, reading some of his stuff, and said, maybe you should get a more athletic hobby. Anyway, so he's talking to Kafka. All right. So they're between scenes. Alec Guinness is sitting at his desk, at the desk of, the boss's desk, is sitting there. They're setting up lights, they're adjusting things, and they turn around, and the director says, "Where's Jeremy? Where's Jeremy Irons? Where's Jeremy?" And everyone starts looking around. They're like, "Where's Jeremy?" And they're like sending people out and checking, and where's Jeremy? Where's Jeremy? And then in the shadows, he stands up. He says, oh, I'm sorry. He had been sitting right there the whole time in the shadows doing a crossword puzzle that he was just focused on. And as he stands up and moves into the light, Alec Guinness looked at him and said, now there's charisma for you.
Those are our options. And that is what has led to the disintegration of the relationships that we see across this floor. That is not equal representation, which is guaranteed by our Constitution and expected by our constituents.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
We have had more discussion and debate over the last 3 days than I have participated in on this floor for the last 2 years.
Uh-huh.
And it's healthy.
Yeah, baby.
It absolutely
9 times
promotes
the charm.
collegiality that everyone is striving to obtain. We're having discussions not just within our own party, but amongst each other as we walk around and start planning for the legislation that we will need to address over the next 2 years.
Yeah,
in
going
the
after Hunter
118th
Biden,
Congress, that
impeaching,
sooner or later,
trying to impeach Joe Biden, bring
sooner
everything to a screeching halt,
or later, we
putting
will
Jim
begin
Jordan
to function
as the leader of the Judiciary Committee.
Those are the good days.
Yeah,
And guess what?
that's what we have to look
Our
forward to.
constituents think, as they watch us on C-SPAN today, that this is how every day functions.
Yes, Lila. Maybe they can
think
all become friends.
This
Yes.
is how every bill gets addressed in this body. And they will be shocked to learn, the ones that you have not disclosed the little nasty secret to, that unfortunately, that's not how it works around this place. That under the current rules and under the current leadership construction, that on fly-in days, typically Monday at the beginning of the week, the leadership on both sides of the aisle negotiate a number of bills, 15 to 20 pieces of legislation that one Democrat and one Republican stand on this floor. They discuss momentarily, and then they say the magic words, without objection, we will pass this by unanimous consent.
Uh-huh. Okay, it was
And there are 2 people
joke that is aging well. And yes, Catherine Rodriguez, good days stripping women of their rights. Yes.
are the naming of buildings.
Yes, Kathy Delisle, dramatic use of eyewear. Mel Broussard sharing, okay, how many Kevin McCarthys does it take to change a light bulb? First, he needs a house. Yeah, she said the joke ages well. It does. It does. That's awesome.
Was not even here to vote upon it.
Yeah, Trish, who's he trying to convince this is healthy? And all of this, you know whose fault all of this is?
Kevin
McCarthy and all the rest of them who accepted.
We need to have change. We need to fix this broken system.
Yes, Lady Eva, what does this drivel have to do with anything?
To fly in and object to those very bills. Not because we are objecting to the bill, but just to force.
But Ratty Moon says someone seems asleep. Guy next to the guy currently speaking.
The daylight, so that everyone can
I think he's going through his phone. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. Oh, he's awake after all. William's asking, how many votes are we up to today? Today is the 3rd for the day. So we're up to the magic number 9. If this fails, no. It took 9? Actually, that's a point. In 1923, did what's his name lose 9 and win on the 10th? Or did he win on the 9th? So it took the 9th until the 9th. I don't know which.
In good faith,
I'd look it up, but
amendments to the rules of this body. not
Teresa Ford said Pluto sure is ripping up some GOP on the TV. True.
to bring personal benefit to ourselves.
Lady Eva says, I wish there were some memes for this. Oh, there are. There are.
And you, Maxine.
C. Johnson ending number 9. Okay.
And everyone sitting in this chamber equally. There's no rules. I did not use anyone's name. Everyone should be. Excuse me. Maxine.
Member, direct your remarks to the chair, please.
I will, Madam Chair. Thank you.
What did he say? I missed it. I don't care.
That is
But I
so that
care.
everyone will have equal representation. Equal representation for the districts that elected them. These are not radical deviations from the norm. These are a restoration of the rules so that this place can function properly. Things like single subject legislation that most state
Strawberries
houses
wondering will
utilize
independent
right
Justin
now so that
Amash
we
be
don't
nominated
have
and become elected
4,000
speaker.
page
Justin Amash?
documents that we are given a matter of hours to review that are filled with many, many subject matters that are trillions of dollars in cost. Rules like germaneness so that you can actually bring an amendment forward on the floor as long as it pertains to the bill that was originally being addressed. An open rule process, again, so that each individual here can participate in the thing that we were sent here to do, to help collaborate and craft legislation and work together.
You have to be
That is
married
what
to
we
this
were sent
guy,
here to
and this
do.
is what it sounds like when you argue with
These are
him.
common sense amendments that would restore the process and give each of us an equal voice. This is how
Yes, Brian, this
we're
is
going
stupid.
to secure the border. That everyone now, I do believe, has recognized that there is a problem with.
Is
This
there,
how
is there a group of like 3
we
or
are
4
going
people with a
to
big gong in the back?
regain energy dominance again.
We
which
have
is not
energy.
just an
We have
economic
energy
issue,
independence,
It is
you
a national
moron.
security issue. This is how we are going to reduce the inflation rate, by working together. But we cannot call it working together if you cede all of that power to the hands of a few. Hoping for this change will not create this change. And change is uncomfortable. We understand that. But it is not unachievable. And we must make change in this broken system. We must. The current leadership that is in place will continue and support the use of earmarks in this body. And that is the golden trail to corruption. The golden trail to corruption. It is a way to buy votes and spread money around this body from places outside of this city that leads to bad legislation and bad decisions. The current leadership, I was told, I should not be so concerned with these suspension bills that get passed every week, because now they have made an amendment. We keep hearing about these amendments and the concessions that were made. The concession was that they will not ask for anything to be suspended that costs more than $100 million. Now, I don't know about the neighborhoods that you live in, but the neighborhood that I live in, $100 million is a lot of money. And my constituents expect me to vote upon $100 million bills and $80 million bills and $10 million bills so that they know what in the world is in them and what is going on. And they do not expect them to be passed by unanimous consent with no one on the floor. I made a living developing property.
Not getting sound. Sorry,
Many
guys.
of you probably know it takes a while to take a piece of
All right,
ground
dead.
from bare earth to a community.
3:35.
And
sorry about that.
My mother, God rest her soul, came out to one of my
Just-
projects.
Justin
and I had just
Amash.
opened it up, and it had been 2 years since the time I had bought the property. And by the time we went out, I had a nice entrance built, and the streets were built, and the street lights were there, and they were just starting to build homes. And she said, "My goodness, Matthew, you must really, really be pleased to finally see your project coming up out of the ground." And I said, "No, Mom, actually, I'm pleased that everyone else can see it, because I sold it 2 years ago when I first walked out there. Well, I have a vision for this place, that we can restore regular order so that each of us may have the ability to represent our districts and our constituents equally as we move through this process. And then again, at that time, we will be able to call it truly the people's house again." I have been here just 2 years.
Darn, I could have. I was really hoping he was done.
During that time, and previously as he proudly served in the Florida legislature. And I can tell you this, he's a man of intellect, he is a man of integrity, and he is a man that I am proud to nominate as the next Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Oh, he's done. Yes, Janelle. So get a
The
leader.
reading clerk will call the roll.
Okay, there was a question about Justin Amash.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado rise?
Madam Clerk, I rise to nominate Kevin Hearn as Speaker of the House.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have been accused of not having a plan. Well, we
Cheryl's
presented
voice.
many plans and are even presenting 2 plans simultaneously right now for Speaker of the People's House.
Yeah, the gong. I've looked at every one of my sound effect things, and it's just not. I'm not getting any sound out of them.
And there was a gut check that said, we need someone that is going to convince my colleagues on this side of the aisle that it's time to get going. It's time to build momentum.
I'm not getting any sound.
Many of you have said
No matter
it.
what I do.
You see that Kevin McCarthy does not have the votes. You are understanding that
She's right on that
he's going
point.
to get there. We have the votes for him. I cannot produce those anymore. The colleagues that I brought with me to offer those 218 votes on the first ballot aren't there anymore. It is not happening.
Justin Amash. I'm not getting much good energy on that.
What life after Kevin McCarthy looks like. America doesn't want more talk, and I'm going to keep my speech a little short. They
Yay.
want action.
Democrat getting power.
America is tired of
Yeah,
rhetoric
this
and
isn't.
wants results.
This is.
This isn't chaos. This is a constitutional
This is judgment.
republic.
This is a judgment of one side or the other. It's not really a well, it could be, but it doesn't feel like it.
With all
So
of my colleagues debating, just as the gentleman from Montana said, we have not experienced this in the 2 years.
thank you,
that we
Strawberry
have
Rhubarb
served
Taro. I'm just
here
not getting really strong
in
energy on
Washington,
that.
D.C.
Sorry.
This is the most debate that has taken place, and I love it. I love the conversations that are going on the floor, in the cloakroom, in the halls. There's nothing extreme. There's nothing unreasonable. We're trying to get this right. As my conservative colleagues and
Yeah,
I
you're right,
stated
Tish.
time and
She
time
promised
again,
to keep it
Congress
short.
Is broken. It fundamentally needs change. I'm here to get this right. We need a leader that is not of the broken system. someone who is not beholden to the lobbyists, but to the people who sent us here, someone who can unite our party.
Bobblehead
And most
at
importantly,
3:40.
someone who can deliver on the promises that we have all made to the American people. I believe that there are many people on the floor today that can do just that. I've voted for my friend Jim Jordan. I've voted for my friend Byron Donalds. I'm voting for Kevin Hern, the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Hern went from rags to riches. And like myself and many other members, is a small business owner. He has lived the American dream.
Your small business broke down or closed.
He's a father, a family man. And as Kevin likes to say, he's a conservative, but he's not mad about it. We can have a happy warrior leading us.
Her business shut down. And by the way, where her restaurant Shooters was, I kid you not, is being replaced by a Mexican restaurant.
That is true. It happened in conference. And that is
Boebert's
exactly
future,
what we're told.
Bobblehead's future,
But we don't govern in fear.
she thinks she's doing okay. She's, you know, there, she's important, she's doing the thing, she's fighting whatever fight she's got in her head that she's doing. She is actually tied in. There's a tower card, there's a hermit card, something about this isn't going to go so well for her. And there is a King of Swords. This is not going to have her sit well. This isn't going to give her as much power as she thinks. So, Representative Kevin Hern. I don't know. It feels like there's more to it than that. Like I should read on her again at some point. But how about we listen to somebody who would actually like to hear from? Like Sarah. Hello.
Hello.
They're calling the roll.
I'm surprised like nobody showed up with one of those gigantic like hooks from the old vaudeville stuff to yank the other guy out. The one that was just
and I'm so frustrated. My sound effects apps, none of the ones that have a gong are working. I'm so disappointed. I've been trying the gong thing, it's just I'm not getting any sound out of it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm so frustrated. Oh. Anyway,
Okay,
how are you, my
so
friend?
I'm okay. I had to go do the mom thing for a minute, but okay, so catch me up. What drama have I missed? Because the t-shirt today says God ain't petty, but I am. So this is what we're here today for. I figured it was appropriate today.
I've missed you.
I know, I've missed you too.
Yeah. Hi, baby. Oh, God, she's back. Who's back? What? It is Mercury retrograde. Sweet and salty. Absolutely. Thomas says, where's the Trump balloon? Isn't this a parade? We're on the 9th vote. 9th. We've had 3 a day. This is the 3rd day we've had 3 a day. So rather than quit when they're behind, they just kept going. And the numbers really haven't changed. Some of the people on the far right, they've decided that, oh, Gaetz has voted for Trump twice. In a way it's actually a little bit of a poke because he was kind of laughing when he did it the first time. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so has Marge just blown her top yet?
A little, but she's down for McCarthy. He's promised her all.
Oh
kinds of
yeah. He's her new BFF. So yeah. Okay. It looks a little emptier than it did before.
It does, but I think a lot of them spend time out in the hallway and that kind of thing.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong on that, but that's what I'm kind of thinking.
So has anybody changed to Jeffries just for funsies?
Not that I can tell.
Or is
No.
he still at
No,
212?
not at all. 212. And a matter of fact, oh, you should have heard Elizabeth from Massachusetts. Elizabeth.
I vaguely know
Clark?
you're talking about. Mhm.
Oh my gosh, she was so good. We voted to get this for the American people, and they said no. We voted to get this for the American people, and they said no. We voted, da, 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 da. And she started out by saying 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212, 212. They were everyone stuck together for the whole time. It
Good.
was so good. Catherine Clark. Thank you. It was Catherine Clark. Okay, thank you, ML. I don't know why I got in my head your name was
Y'all are
Elizabeth.
so awesome.
Yes.
Okay. So we're just sitting here pulling up the petty pew. And
Oh,
going
yeah.
to church, huh? Awesome.
Oh yeah. I took a nap at one point during one of the speeches. It was oh wait, are you working? Now you work. I finally found one.
Be Kind says, I only missed a very unappetizing word salad with no dressing. Thank you,
No
Melissa.
dressing.
That's very sweet.
That was that. Thank you, Melissa. Thank you. Makes a big difference. Be Kind. That is funny with no dressing.
She's sitting with Santos? Oh my God, when did this happen?
It just happened now because she was sitting with Gaetz earlier, which surprised everybody. Oh, he's been trying to ingratiate himself all over the place.
Of course he is.
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
After all this, we're on the 9th vote, and I finally found a working gong sound effect. Oh, and that awful speech the guy just gave nominating Byron Daniels.
Donald.
It was so painful.
Santos does know that Marge isn't going to jump into her hunting helicopter and save him from Brazil, right? Like, she's not going to do that.
She's you know, they say lie down with dogs, wake up with fleas. She's laid down with a lot of dogs.
There's not enough dip for that. There's not enough. There's not enough good callers. Frontline is not going to be able to help her.
No, not at all. Yes, Cindy, is Santos trying to look like a priest? Well, he probably is one, or he says he's one.
Well, remember, he is Benedict's half-step neighbor-in-law or something. I'm not sure. So, wow.
Texas. McCarthy. Cartwright.
We're only down to Cartwright. Boebert voted for Kern after her rousing speech. And we're basically expecting pretty much the same thing. We're kind of waiting to see if Gaetz is going to vote for Trump again. Never says, I totally thought you were going to say that Marjorie Trader Green is the fleas. Well, you have a point.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Alicia says it's 10 minutes to my wine and cheese break. Oh, really? Absolutely.
Pour one for
Yes. Yes, Electra Storm. I love how united the Dems are. Absolutely.
Oh, goodness.
Marie Sutton says we should declare Santos' office Brazilian territory long enough for them to walk in and take him. Well, he's not there. That's the thing.
Right.
Ted Lieu took a picture in front of Santos's office door. It was locked up tight. Nobody there. No staff.
I love Ted Lieu.
Yes. He gave a speech. It was good.
He is platonic Bay. So, yes.
I'm so glad you came on.
Oh, goodness.
After 3 hours and 45 minutes of this, I need some help.
You're going to need the SpongeBob sign here in a minute. 3 hours later.
4 hours later.
Oh,
in 10 minutes.
Lordy. Tim says, will we just be here for 3:30 crafting? I mean, if you need me to head over, I can. But I'll be watching you over there. We'll figure it out.
I think we'll be done by then, but I don't know. Annette, oh, ninth planet was Pluto. That's true. And Annette has been she's been giving a donation for every time Kevin loses. Thank you. Thank you.
But that's very sweet. It looks like eventually you may not.
Yeah, I think Annette said earlier there's like she can't do more than like 12. She can't afford her to lose like more than
like yeah.
Because we care. We want you to be okay. Yes. I really appreciate it. I it really helps. But I don't want anybody to be hurting.
Oh, I love you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh goodness.
Tim says I need to put my laundry in the washer, get stuff out to crochet a blanket or a chevron blanket, looking for a pattern.
Fabulous.
Tammy A says we'll be meeting up here again for the 10th vote, and I'll be here. I have a 7th card from the McCarthy loss. I need to make 2 more tonight. For the commemorative mugs.
Pretty soon it's going to be a set of mugs. We're already there, aren't we? Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to have it sit, because normally 5 will sit on a mug perfectly. I may have to like do half size, half high around, or I can make like 2 mugs with the 2 different styles. 5 on one, 5 on the other. I don't know. I don't know.
Dean of Pennsylvania, Jeffries.
Alicia says, can we do a combo with the Creative Sprints, a split screen?
Stranger things have happened.
Oh, they've been moving along at something of a clip. I imagine, it's 2:53 p.m. here in Chicago, and at 3:30, we've got 32 minutes. No, 37 minutes.
I mean, surely they're not going to go
minutes.
straight into another vote. How? Well, then again, maybe.
Well, they've been doing 3 a day, and this is their 3rd for today, so I would imagine not. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Alicia said, surely we'll.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Alicia says, surely we'll get an and they said no card. Sweet and Salty says, I think you've been busy for several days. Yes, I've been busy for the last month, but hey, Cheryl. Sorry, what were you going to say, my friend?
I was going to say, since we have a second, I could tell you a funny story involving the Sesame Street count.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay. So, baby Sarah, little baby Sarah. Okay. Little baby Sarah was obsessed with Sesame Street and loved the count. Well, I mean, I was like 4. Okay. So they announced that it was like the first time Sesame Street Live was coming to town. Needed to go. And then the count was going to make a special appearance from a helicopter come down by the mall. Okay.
Ooh.
I had to be there. Had to be there. So I begged my mama. Okay. She takes time off work. We are first in line. The count is supposed to come down at like 9 in the morning. We get there at 6 in the morning. So I'm the first, because she knows I'm not going to stand in line, and we can stay parked for a minute. So we are first in line. Like, I am going to meet the count. It is going to be fabulous.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
You're good.
Yep, McCarthy doesn't have the votes. 10th speaker vote possible today, either immediately after or this evening or tomorrow. He lost again. Number 9. Okay, you were saying, so you're first in line to see the count come down a helicopter. You're 4 years old. We're here.
Yes, he comes down. It's fabulous. Except he's huge. Because it's a man in a count costume. And of course, it's from the count costume that's on Sesame Street Live that's designed to be seen on stage. Little Sarah is expecting the count. I'm not expecting an 11-foot tall Muppet. So I start screaming bloody murder. The count comes over. He's like, how are you, little girl? And I'm ah! And so I was not having it. This like traumatized me. So my mom is like, "Are you sure? Like, we've been here a minute. Do you want to go?" And like, nope. One scream. And so, I mean, yeah. So she had to scoop me up and take me to the car.
Oh,
And yes, because in my 4-year-old mind, you're watching TV that counts like this big. I mean, you know, he's my size. He was not big size when he came out. Counting on steroids. I freaked out. Because I mean, you know, yeah. He looked like 30 feet tall to little Sarah. And I was like, nope. So that amuses me.
That was good. That was good.
Yes. I figured we had a second. So
yeah, Warrior Witch saying who wants to bet we'll be doing this in the 2024 presidential election. There we go. Oh, lucky girl, thank you. $3, one for each time Crappy lost today.
Again, like I said, we can technically do this until March. At some point, the debt ceiling is going to get hit. But
yeah, actually, there's been debate in the chat about that. That there's something that might come up later this month, some portion of something, or there's something that may come up in July. But consensus seems to be March 21st, which is just terrifying because Pluto goes into Aquarius March 23rd. And that will be absolutely within orb. And big bad things happen when Pluto changes sign. And the Congress is ruled, it's the house of Aquarius. It's where everybody's equal. So the part of government that the Congress is Aquarius.
Yeah.
11th house. Oh, as Kelly says, Sarah, count me out.
I did. I did. And then
sorry, Turlium Terrace and Gaetz did not nominate Trump this time, I don't think. Did he?
There's not others, so that would be no.
I don't know. I don't know what Gaetz said. I'm sorry.
Of Texas.
Jesse Hill says, "Yay, my birthday wish came true. McCarthy loses 3 times today. Happy birthday." Excellent. This is true. Darren says, "So I guess we'll never have to hear about Hunter Biden's laptop." It doesn't exist. Oh, yeah. Sean Chan says, "Oh, wait, they're still on the Ds. I know." Oh, that's a point. Are they on still? Here, let me actually listen.
Yeah, let's turn it up.
McCarthy. Graves of Louisiana.
Graves. So they're about to hit Gaetz.
McCarthy.
Metaphorically.
McCarthy. Green of Tennessee.
Oh, Grain. Okay, so they've already done Gaetz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Green of Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't know who he voted for.
Green
But
of Texas.
there's not others, so he apparently voted for somebody up there. Oh, he picked Hearn. Okay.
Jeffries.
I wish he would speak directly into a microphone because I would love to hear.
McCarthy.
I'd love to hear what he's been saying.
McCarthy. Grijalva. Jeffries. Rothman.
The news.
Chris Wicken.
Go ahead.
Chris Wicken saying they're probably blaming this on Obama.
Thanks, Obama. Yeah.
Thanks, Obama. Sorry, you were saying?
No, the news has been so crazy the last couple of days, and there were things that were set aside to be read on that have been pushed back. Have you read on Nick, what's his face, arguing with Marge yet? Or is that
Fuentes?
Yes.
No?
Okay.
Are they still fighting?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was talking about her bad roots and mom genes needing to be carried back to Georgia the other day.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, by the way, I think I looked at it earlier. Kevin Hearn? Is that the?
Mhm.
It's been so many hours. I can't.
You're all
Look,
bleeding.
I have a Gemini rising, so I do communicate, but I'm not a Johnny. Johnny is Sun Scorpio or Sun Gemini, and he can get on and just talk for 8 hours and be totally fine. I don't know how. Here, let me send this to you, Sarah. As I said earlier, everything you need to know about Kevin Hearn is the first line that comes up when you put it into Google. And I read it once earlier today, but I didn't want to again, so I just sent it to you.
Oh, never mind. Nope, I'm good there.
Yeah, he's awful. He's heinous.
Mhm.
Hearn is
Yeah.
heinous. Oh, and Donald's.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Hearn. And then Donald's is an election denier.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that Bobblehead just, yeah. I found the Post-it that I was talking about the other day where I wrote down where you told me where all my stuff was so I could remember where all my things were.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So I'm an Aquarius.
Yeah.
Sag moon, Mercury's in Pisces. My ascendant is in Gemini. My midheaven.
Okay. Oh, no, wait.
Yes, we're still there. We've gotten to that point. And
this is the second time it's happened today.
Span's like, have you died?
Jeffries.
Oh, God.
89, 88, 83.
McCarthy.
8, 6, 7, 5,
Jayapal.
309.
Jeffries.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So, all right, so you're a Sag. Does it say early Sag?
No.
Okay. I'll look it up. But you're a Sag.
No, I don't
moon.
know. I mean, this is just what you told me. So I
Okay.
don't know. Yeah. So Sag moon.
A Sag moon. If you have a lot of Sagittarius, that's usually your emotional needs. But Sagittarius is the traveling sign as well. And you married an Englishman.
Yeah.
No, I take that back. Please forgive me. You married a Welshman.
Oh my gosh. I married a Brit.
Yeah,
But he's
sorry.
Welsh. No, you're good.
He's Welsh, not English. He will be greatly offended by that, and I deeply apologize.
It's okay.
He's a Welshman.
Yes. Yes.
I married an Englishman.
Yes.
And have divorced an Englishman, but you're still married.
Yes.
So that's interesting.
Mercury's in Pisces, ascendant's in Gemini, midheaven's in Pisces. My Mars is in Aquarius. My North Node is in Leo. My South Node is in Aquarius, and my Pluto is in Libra.
Kelly of Mississippi.
Yeah,
McCarthy.
I knew that because you're 10 years younger than I am.
Yeah.
So. Yes, Cindy. I feel like we're in an episode of the Twilight Zone. Oh, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Margarita says it feels like deja vu with all these votes. I hear you. Electra Storm's,
Electra.
yeah. Electra Storm saying, "Do you like traveling?" Shockwave says you're an Aries. Well, considering the name you've chosen, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm.
The big action. So yeah.
Kim of California.
And
Kim of New Jersey.
I mean, at this point, I would just be so bored. I'd be acting a fool
Jeffries.
in there. Like,
Custer.
I would have, one of those, like,
McCarthy. LaHood.
a fascinator awesome enough to where Beatrice would wear it somewhere. And, or Eugenie, whichever one wore like the toilet seat one to William's wedding, like that. And like a fake mustache and a sash of some sorts. And every time somebody acts a fool, like a fake crown, but like one of those that you get for kids that when you swish it, it makes the fairy noise. So this is like every time somebody acts stupid, I'd be like, idiot. So this is like what I would, at this point, I would have my adults, ADD would be really not good in there. Because, I mean, you can go in the hallway, but you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I would want to start smoking again if I was stuck there.
Oh, yeah.
Either that or,
but you haven't. You
I
quit
haven't.
smoking how long ago?
It's been a hot second. Over 5
I'm proud
years.
of you.
Thank
Over
you.
5 years. You quit smoking. Well done. Congratulations. That is not easy. That is not easy.
It's not.
And I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Hello, Mama Rizzo.
Hello.
Sorry.
I would need to fight the need to shoot Marge with like rubber bands or something. I don't know.
The little Nerf sponge darts.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, I know I'm naturally annoying. I can be. I can be. And you just go. Mm-hmm. I love you. My accounting teacher in college used to like, not hard, but he wouldn't pop rubber bands at me, but like I would be, just kind of in my own little ADD world, and he just kind of toss rubber bands at me. He's like, stop it. Stop it.
Oh.
Oh, yes. Oh, goodness.
We're on the L's. So we're about to switch over the Oh, Luna, did she actually get in? Isn't she the absolute nutso avowed Islamophobe? Is that Luna? I thought she didn't get in.
Oh no, she didn't. Luna didn't get in. You know what? The one that you sent me the video of her and Roger Stone. Now she didn't get in.
Yeah, Roger Stone's podcast called The Stone Zone.
Yeah, big imagination there. Big imagination.
Oh, I love that's so bad. Yes, she did. She did get in.
She did? That's scary.
Oh, that Luna lady's crazy, says Kathy Rollins. Oh, yes, she is. She's awful.
Mm-hmm. Oh, darn. Wow.
Luna did get elected. Oh, yuck.
Yuck-a-doo.
I need to refill my seriously, my little humidifier here? I need to refill it. It's empty.
You got it working again?
I did. I was very happy. It took a few days for it to dry out, I guess, after I cleaned it.
Yeah.
It's empty. I turned it on.
Wow.
It's now empty.
Wow.
I need to refill it.
No, he doesn't have it does look like that, Kelly, but they're nowhere near all the way done, and he doesn't have enough to hit the magic number.
Yeah. Bella Luna, why is McCarthy in the lead? That's a good question. At 4
go ahead.
No, go ahead. 409. I'm going to read on it, but please continue your thought.
I think a lot of the Democrats, it just sort of works where the majority of their numbers are in the later half of the alphabet. I think. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm not. Yeah, no, I think that's true. But just in general, I just want to know, even on the Republican side, why is McCarthy in the lead? Why have they not just said, eh?
McCarthy. And Jeffries. Miller of Illinois.
Why? Well, why? Why Kevvie? Why Kevvie? Why did you people choose Kevin? Breaking news from CNN, Kevin McCarthy again appears to come up short in the 9th round of voting. Oh, okay. 8th of, well, everybody's feeling like they're in a hostage situation at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So why Kevin? Well, it has a little bit to do with nobody wanting the job in the first place. but he's not far enough to the right, which is why he can't get there. But he put up with them because he has no vision of his own. He just wants power. He has no charisma. He has no vision. And this is just the far right. This is Trump. It started with the Trump extremism. Far right. He still thinks he's going to win. He still thinks he's going to win. He still thinks he's going to be speaker, and he doesn't care. And he's already said, the gavel doesn't come in small, medium, and large. Once I have the power, I am going to use it. But here's a tower, and here's the far right feeling all frisky. Because they keep bringing him down over and over and over. And I keep reading on, will he be speaker? And it won't tell me. I do not get an answer. No matter how many times I ask, it is very strange. True meld of Sargent. Kevin has the charisma of a wet paper bag. Mm-hmm.
Jeffries. Downs. McCarthy. Newhouse. McCarthy. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Donalds.
What are we down to?
None of Iowa.
N. Okay. So, today on the Creative Sprint, so we're on the Creative Sprints. That starts in about 20 minutes?
Yes.
No.
McCarthy.
15. About 15 minutes?
I can hop over.
Well, you know, I think we've pretty much done. I mean, he's lost. I'm gonna call it, and then, you know, if there's another vote today, I'd be surprised. But if there is, I'll see if I can jump back on, but we'll see. Hilda's asking, will Hakeem Jeffries be Speaker of the House? Eventually. I get eventually. But there's some weirdness. There's some serious energetic weirdness. Trillium Terrace says, I'm sure they'll adjourn until 8 and then adjourn until tomorrow. Oh, I was so mad last night that they adjourned. I put my nails on for nothing.
What?
I put a whole new set of red nails on, and they showed up, and then they convened, and then someone stood up and says, I motioned for adjournment, and all the Democrats said no. Prime time. And it was their idea to come back at 8 o'clock anyway. They get there, they say we want to stop, and then it took a while, but Republicans finally gathered the votes together so that they adjourned.
They can get the votes together to go home, but not for a speaker.
Right. Oh, and they talked about it today. One of the earliest speeches given, he was saying, wasn't it nice to be together for once, even on something so small? It's because of who you've nominated. It's because of who you're trying to give this to.
This falls on the mess around and find out graph.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes. Oh, goodness.
Oh. Jeanette says, and Autumn still gets more votes than Kevin.
That's right.
Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter.
Who?
Jeffries. Posey.
Warner.
P.
McCarthy.
So Pelosi did vote. Okay. So anyway, on the creative sprints, we do 5 25-minute creative sprints. We just focus on our own projects, creative projects, and it can be anything. It can be writing, knitting, creating a website. I'm going to be making more Kevin Fool cards, and we focus for 25 minutes. Then we have 5 minutes between each, where we just kind of let our brains recover and jump back in, and we show up every day and just move forward on our projects. You're always welcome. It's completely free. We just want to encourage you. That's it. And I make no money from this. Not a cent. So, look, Storm says, I've never been on this long with you. Are you trying to beat Johnny? I cannot. Oh, I cannot. Yes, 4 hours, 15 minutes right now, and I know. Oh no, he is the Gem. He is the man. He is the Gemini man, and you don't know. Oh, Azalea, do we just hang out in chat for the creative sprints? You can if you want to. Some people do chat during. I usually just focus. I'm usually working, but we try to be encouraging, mostly during the breaks. And we, if you have questions about things or you're stuck on something, we often try to help each other. So that's a Creative Sprints channel here on YouTube, and that's every day. And Sarah is usually on there with me.
I try.
Yes.
Yeah, we usually don't. Yeah, we try to make it politics free. Usually, the last couple of days have been the Schadenfreude has been a bit much, so it's kind of hard for it not to bleed over. So, yeah. But usually, as they would say on Ghostbusters, we don't cross the streams.
Thomas is suggesting get all 20 Kevin Fool cards or get the set of 4 mugs. Oh, jeez. Could be, could be. And thank you for being here, everybody. And thank you, Alice. Thank you, everybody.
I'm just kind of dancing around with that Hamilton thing in my head, you know.
You ain't got the votes. You ain't got the votes. Ha ha ha.
Oh my gosh.
Zoe says, sorry? Oh, no, Azalea, you're saying I'm taking a watercolor class. I could hang out and practice my brush strokes. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And then in between breaks, tell us about what you're doing. I mean, you don't have to, but we want to know. We're like obsessed with knowing what people are doing. Because I want to cheer you on. And I bet it's gorgeous.
Yep. Rosebud says now a 5th mug, 9 to 10 losses. Yep. No, actually, no, we're up to like 2, maybe. Might need 150 vote cards from says Shockwave. 1856. It was 133 ballots.
Oh,
in
no,
1856, it took 183.
McCarthy.
Not today, Satan. Not tomorrow either. You know, sometimes, especially lately, I've been of the opinion that I'm getting really tired of living through historical events. Like, right? But this kind of thing?
Yeah. I like that Trillium Tarot. They slice, they dice, they snark like a son of a gun. Lady Eva says I wrote an entire story and posted it on an archive of our own from the Creative Sprints. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Sweet and Salty. You might have a full tarot deck by the time we're done. That would be 78.
Lady Eva, you posted on AO3? I need to know what you posted. I am constantly on AO3 reading.
Rose Blue, will we do?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Please go on. Please.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No. It's very important that because on the Creative Sprints, people who come to the sprints regularly, we post to, we linked in the description box to the work you do. We want to support you. Thomas is saying 133. That's nearly 2 full sets of tarot cards. Oh, yoy. Hi, baby says my pendulum says McCarthy will get the speakership at 13. Okay. Well, I did a poll earlier today if it was going to be, he was going to get it at 9 or 10 or hang on. If he was going to get it at 8, 9 or 10 or more, and 74% of you said more. So only 16% of you think that he's going to get it at 10. So I'm going to end the poll and actually I might just leave it. 559 votes. I'll just leave it. We'll see what happens. Holly Wonder said, I'd like to try living in uneventful, uninteresting, precedented times. That would be nice.
Yes, that would be.
Yes, but even as a kid, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep interrupting you, and I don't mean to. Even as a kid, I had a feeling that I'm here to witness something, and it was like, that's weird. But yeah. Oh, Lady Eva says link posted.
Oh, I don't think Lady Eva has a wrench because it didn't show.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Roll
All
over
right.
to this afternoon and we'll get you a wrench sorted and you can post it there because I want to see.
Thomas says, will votes be greater or less than the January 6 indictments? Well, indictments for people in the House is sitting at 0, which is infuriating.
Yes.
So, yeah. All right, I'm going to call it. It's 3:22 at 3. We usually come in about 3:28. So give me a chance to get up and stretch my legs. I left to get the kids. You're still here, asked Deborah. Yep. And there's Sarah, because she's awesome. She was kind enough to come on and save me. All right.
Goodness.
All right. So we're going to leave here. We'll be over on the Creative Sprints channel. If this 10th vote is later today, I will see if I can jump back on. See, part of me is like, you've got stuff to do. And part of me is like, no, I want to be on for this. This is important. And I'm hoping they just do it tomorrow. But if they're on this evening, I'll be back. If they do four votes in a row, I don't even know if I should jump on because that's just stupid. McCarthy isn't making any inroads at all. So, anyway. And thank you for the link, Lucky Girl. And thank you, everybody, for being here. You've been so helpful. And it's so good to do this with you. So thank you.
Yes.
All right. Hang in there. I will be back either later or tomorrow. Both Sarah and I will be over on the Creative Sprints channel here on YouTube here in about 5 minutes. And thank you so much, everybody. Remember, you are not alone. We are in this together. We are all in this together. And
is Mama Walters going off with somebody?
Somebody attacked her verbally. You call my name, he calls I call his name. Good for her. Whoo, boy. Do not mess with Miss Waters.
Miss Maxine,
all right.
She will mess you up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Auntie Maxine takes no prisoners, Deborah. Exactly. Rose Blue
That's
saying,
right.
You go, girl. Oh, yeah. All right. On that note, Sister William, you're right. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you later or hopefully tomorrow or definitely tomorrow. And if they start again at noon, I'll be here at 11 Chicago time. So take care and hang in there.